Evening. We're working on it. Good evening. Can you hear me now? There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the April 28th, 2025 Farmington Hills City Council meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order. Is there anyone here from the Wilmer Cole family? Okay, well, her family was supposed to be here. Wilmer Cole was one of our residents. She reached 106 years old. And her daughter Renee Maxwell and granddaughter Lindsay Maxwell were supposed to be with us this evening, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're still trying to park a car. So sadly, Wilmer Cole passed away just recently. She lived at the American House in Middlebelt Road in Farmington Hills. Her burial will be next Tuesday, May 6th, and may her memory be a blessing. So instead of one of her family members, and maybe we'll bring them back another time, for the Pledge of Allegiance, if we could please have Deputy Fire Chief Jason Olszewski lead us, and the flag is over there, everyone.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So a couple things before we get going. For those watching this on YouTube later or those watching from home this evening, we have quite the full house here at the Hawk. I'm looking at a room of 260 people, and I know we have an overflow of another 200 in another room. And this is democracy in action, folks. So for those who came, thank you for coming. Want to talk a little bit about what happens at city council meetings. For those of you, it's your first time, a little bit about protocol. So within the council chambers, and that means this room as well as the next, you're allowed to have signs as long as they are no larger than 2 foot by 2 foot square. And they are not to be waved, they're to be kept below chin level. If people have larger signs they would like to use, those need to be out in the hall, and as you can see, we're surrounded by windows. There will be plenty of time for public comment. My guess is most of you are here to talk about the deer issue this evening. So I want to let you know how public comment goes. So public comment, and everyone will have up to those who wish to speak will have up to 3 minutes. But the way public comment works is it's resident opportunity or speaker opportunity to share with council. There is no dialogue back and forth. If you ask a question, it's a hypothetical, but we're not answering it. It is your opportunity to say what you would like to say, and then as council, we will have our conversation as well, taking into account much of what you all have had to share with us as well. So another couple things. The meeting goes so much better if we have decorum, and there are a couple of things that we have in place for that. First, when you came in the door, you were offered a blue card to sign up to speak. And so if you have not yet turned in a blue card and would like to speak, whether you're in the main room or the overflow room, please make sure you fill out your blue card and turn it into a representative of the clerk's office. When we call people to speak, we will be calling Farmington Hills residents first to the extent we can, then Farmington residents, and then non-residents. So just so you wonder, well, I was one of the first ones here and turned in a card. If you're not a Farmington Hills resident, you'll be a little bit later in the speaking. The other thing is you're going to hear a lot of things you agree with, and you're going to hear a lot of things you disagree with. Again, this is democracy. We're asking that we don't have applause, we don't have cheering, we don't have finger snapping, we don't have waving of hands. Let's just very calmly listen, and when a person has finished speaking, we will say thank you, and then bring on the next person. So just so y'all know how this is going to go for this evening. And so with that, we will begin with roll call, please.
Yes, council members Aldred,
Here.
Bolaware. Here. Bridges.
Here.
Bruce.
Here.
Dwyer.
Here.
Knoll. Here. And Mayor Rich.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, first item, approval of the regular session meeting agenda, please.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council approve the agenda as published.
Thank you. There's motion. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, there's motion and support. This is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. We have two proclamations this evening. The first is the proclamation recognizing April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month, and it will be read by Dr. Bruce.
Thank you. Whereas autism is a neurodevelopmental condition that affects how individuals perceive the world, communicate, and interact with others. And whereas autism is characterized by a range of differences in social interaction, communication, sensory processing, and behavior, with each individual's experience being unique and enriching our community through their diverse perspectives, talents, and abilities. And whereas individuals across all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds are impacted, with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimating that 1 in 36 children may have autism. And whereas promoting acceptance and inclusion of individuals with autism enhances the quality of life for everyone and strengthens the fabric of our community. And whereas Autism Acceptance Month is an opportunity to emphasize the importance of inclusion, understanding, and appreciation for the neurodiverse community. And whereas the city celebrates people of all abilities and recognizes the importance of creating an inclusive and supporting community that reflects the city's commitment to being a place where everyone is welcome. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Teresa Rich, Mayor of the City of Farmington Hills, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month and acknowledge that individuals with autism and their families are valued members of the City of Farmington Hills who contribute to, strengthen, and enrich our community. Their acceptance and inclusion will be championed not only during the month of April, but throughout the entire year.
And this will be accepted by Doreen Forster, the principal of Visions Unlimited. Would you come up, please? And if you would like to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank the council for this award. It's very nice of you to recognize us at Farmington Public Schools. I know Dr. Coffin is saddened that she wasn't here herself tonight, but I appreciate the opportunity to receive this. I also want to tell you that I've worked with individuals with autism for the past 30 years as an autism consultant for Farmington Public Schools, and it truly means a great deal that the board would go to this extent to welcome individuals with autism here in Farmington. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Principal Forster. We also have a proclamation recognizing May 4th, 2025 as International Firefighters Day, and it will be read by Councilmember Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. International Firefighters Day, May 4th, 2025, whereas on May 4th, International Firefighters Day is observed to honor firefighters and emergency medical personnel who risk their lives to protect our community. And whereas the Farmington Hills Fire Department responds to thousands of calls each year for fires, medical assistance, hazardous material incidents, demonstrating courage and skill under pressure. And whereas the City of Farmington Hills Fire Department is committed to making every day a training day, completing 20,000 hours of training in 2024, ensuring they are prepared to support the community and meet modern challenges. And whereas the firefighters not only extinguish fires and treat the injured, but also lead vital fire prevention educational programs in our schools and throughout the community. Install smoke alarms for residents, teach community members of CPR, AED, and tourniquet skills, and give back through volunteerism. And whereas the safety, well-being, and resilience of our community depends on professionalism, dedication, teamwork of our fire personnel. And whereas International Firefighters Day reminds us to support these public servants and to reflect on our own role in preventing fires through smoke alarm maintenance, safe cooking practices, community preparedness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Teresa Rich, the mayor of the city of Farmington Hills, on behalf of the city council, do hereby proclaim May 4th, 2025 as International Firefighters Day in Farmington Hills. I call upon all community members to speak, to thank our firefighters for their dedicated service and to renew their personal commitment to fire safety and prevention.
Thank you, and this will be accepted by Jason Olszewski, Deputy Fire Chief.
Mayor, City Council members, and citizens of Farmington Hills. Today we gather to honor the brave men and women of the Farmington Hills Fire Department during Firefighters Day. Their unwavering dedication to protect our community deserves our deepest respect and gratitude. Day after day, these firefighters put their lives on the line, rushing towards danger while the rest of us seek safety. They respond to emergencies with courage, skill, compassion, embodying the true meaning of public service. Beyond emergency response, our firefighters work tirelessly on prevention. Today, I want to emphasize our critical message about home safety. Properly functioning smoke and carbon monoxide alarms save lives. Working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in a home fire by half. These small devices provide the early warning needed to escape. Additionally, carbon monoxide detectors protect against carbon monoxide, a silent, odorless killer. The Farmington Hills Fire Department urges all residents to install smoke alarms on every level of your home, test your alarms monthly, and replace batteries at least annually unless they're a 10-year lithium smoke alarm. Replace the alarms that are more than 10 years old. Install carbon monoxide alarms near your sleeping areas, and develop and practice a home safety escape plan with your family. A protected community is all of our shared responsibility. To the men and women of the Farmington Hills Fire Department, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your dedication to keeping our community safe. Thank you, Council, Mayor, for recognizing our firefighters.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, and to all in the department. Okay, next item on the agenda is announcements, presentations from city boards, commissions, and public officials, and I don't believe we have any this evening because we have a pretty full agenda. Next item is going to be correspondence, and as you can well imagine, we've received a significant amount of correspondence this last week, and so we have received anything that was sent to the clerk's office was forwarded to us, anything before 11 o'clock this morning. We have continued to receive correspondence subsequent to 11 o'clock this morning, and so I'm asking the council members to each take a column of the listing to read the names. So read your column and then please pass to the next person on your right.
All right. Public comment letters received from Amanda Poison, Amber Osborne, Barbara Burke, Brittany Lopker, Dana Tilley, David Scheckenberg, Denise and Jim Mall, Denise Weiss, Elise Payton, Aaron King, Grace Kaler, Joe Derrick, John Moody, Joyce McGill, Julie Pierpoint, Carrie and family, Kim Corona, Christina Myslinski, Larry Milhalko, Laura and Jim Paulson, Latal Michelli, and Luda Lishvitz.
Okay, comments coming from Margaret Telfor, Marilyn Smith, Marissa Palance, Mark Diesinger, Melissa Burke, Melissa Matkovich, Melissa Smith, Michael Madigan, Michelle Elwood, Michelle DeMario, Marion Skim, Paul Jordan, Rachel Bush, Rachel Lussier, Ryan Gerald, Sandy Nance, Sandra Brettmeyer, Sandra Ozog, Sharam Sarai, Stephanie Pittman, Sue Piotrowski, Tim Saling.
Vicki Livernoise, Bill Haas, Bob Miller, Carla and Russell Nichols, Cecilia Gaglio, Chandra Kunamuri, Christina Hale, Christine Hertner, Elaine Green, Irina Stiop, Jeff and Denise Berthamu, probably, sorry about that one, Tim and Tammy Save, John Halo and Cornelia Boyce, Joseph Carbone, Julie Bacalar, Kelly Slender, Linda Cato, Marilyn Childers, Mary Ann Damon, Mary Margaret Serpento, Melinda Snyder, Michael Brom, Michael Bundy, Michelle Green.
Continuing, Alex Kern, Monica Sipe, Niraja Gupta, Noel Dockett, Newton Shaw, Oscar and Nilita Walters, Patricia Powers, Patrick Swintlick, Randolph Odell, RB, Roshni Shaw, Roxana Bundy, Summer Myers, Sonia Hernandez, Sue A., Susan Ursher, Susan Keller, Suzanne Robinson, Tyson White, Beatrice Potter, Sherry Chandler, Kelly Goldberg, Maria Groves, and Ramesh Shah.
And we have Richard Steck, Amy Lazette, Benta Nimi, Lydia Reed, Lakhi Shah, Sally Howell, Sandra Giordani, Rena Ban, Debbie Lim, Jan Mordensky, Tim, Cynthia and Salvatore Tellerico, Nicole Carroll, Nancy Miller, Ryan Waits, Tanya McHugh, and Susan Zabari Hurd and Amal Botres.
Thank you, Council. And the next item is the consent agenda. Oh, sorry, did anyone else have correspondence that they wanted to share?
I have one.
Yes, please.
Yes, I received an email from a resident in regards to standing water in her cat's basin. She wants some help with that, and she also wants to know when her roads will be scheduled for repair. So I'll just send this over to you, and you can give it to the city manager.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Next item is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine, administrative, or non-controversial by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which event the item may be removed from the consent agenda for consideration. And these will be read by the Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Dwyer, which is why he did not read a line of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Number 7, recommended approval of a special event permit for the Farmington Community Library to hold the annual Asian American and Pacific Islander Festival to be held Saturday, May 3rd, 2025. Number 8, recommend approval of a concession agreement with Web Human Performance Systems, LLC, for sports performance training services at the Ice Arena in the annual amount of $23,196 for 2 years with optional extension, CMR 42572. Number 9, recommend adoption of a resolution authorizing the issuance of a capital improvement bonds for the purpose of financing capital improvement fund projects, CMR 42573. Number 10, recommended approval of a request for employment under Section 10.01A of the City Charter for a cook, CMR 42574. Number 11, recommend approval of a request for employment under Section 10.01A of the City Charter for an education coordinator, sports, CMR 42575. Number 12, recommend a request for employment under Section 10.01A of the City Charter for a lifeguard instructor, CMR 42576. Number 13, recommend approval award a bid for the liquid de-icer fill point distribution system to Brim Masters, Inc. in the amount of $202,589.82, CMR 42577. Number 14, recommend approval of award a bid for the purchase of metal culvert pipe and related accessories to Jensen Bridge and Supply Company in the amount of $58,517.45, CMR 42578. And lastly, number 15, recommend approval of an extension of award for the purchase of installation of an audio and visual equipment for the Emergency Operations Center and Conference Room at Fire Headquarters to the AVI SPL in the amount of $201,797, CMR 42579, Mayor.
And two more, please.
Number 16, sorry. Recommend approval of the City Council study session minute meetings, April 14th, 2025. And the last one is number 17. Recommend approval of the City Council regular session meetings minutes of April 14th, 2025.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Mr. Bridges?
Yes, I have a motion, Madam Mayor, that we approve consent agenda items 7 through 15 as read by the Mayor Pro Tem Dwyer.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
We have motion and support. This is a roll call vote.
Council members Bolaware,
Yes.
Bridges.
Yes.
Bruce.
Yes.
Dwyer.
Yes.
Noel.
Yes.
Aldred.
Yes.
And Mayor Rich.
Thank you. Yes. Takes us then, is there a motion regarding items 16 and 17? Yes, Dr. Bruce.
I would make a motion to approve consent agenda items number 16 and 17 as read by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
We have motion and support. This is also a roll call vote.
Council members Bridges.
Abstain.
Bruce.
Yes.
Dwyer.
Yes.
Noel.
Yes.
Aldred.
Yes.
Bolaware.
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes. This then takes us to council member comments and announcements. Any council members wanting to speak?
Just briefly,
Please.
I just received a text from George Karan, who wanted me to mention that he submitted something, his concerns or his position to council on the deer management program.
Thank you. Dr. Bruce.
Thank you. I just want to announce that I am having another coffee hour this coming Saturday at Panera Bread from 10 to 12, where everybody's welcome to come out, talk about any issues related to the city, whether it's deer, caustic center, finances, roads, whatever it may be. Coming out, have a coffee. We'll have some good conversation. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
And this isn't sponsored by a campaign or anything like that, right?
No.
Thank you.
Why would you ask?
Because that's how it was posted online.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes. I have a comment. Yes, I'm going to just, I attended the recent Council of Aging meeting recently, and there's still a lot of anxiety in the community regarding the future of the Caustic Center. And I've talked to the city manager as well as the director, Snacko, about more communication to the senior community in regards to the Caustic Center's future. So they're going to be preparing a schedule of events or items that will be taking place over the next several months before the study is complete, and that will be helpful. That will be sent to the messenger as well as to the email list in regards to updating the community in regards to the next scheduled events for the Caustic Center's future. Secondly, I also attended the Economic Development Committee meeting recently. The city has completed, their study is already completed in regards to the Grand River Corridor, in regards to the market study that will look at business opportunities or development opportunities on Grand River Avenue. And one of the areas they focused on was retail. New retail establishments are in demand down on the south side of the city on the Grand River Avenue, specifically a grocery store, in addition to other retail establishments down on the south side. Hopefully, we can help, that will help generate new redevelopment in Farmington Hills. The other issue I discussed at the Economic Development Committee was that 12 Mile Road, as you know, we have a large number of office complexes between Farmington over to Halsted. And a lot of those buildings are partially occupied, been victims of the COVID situation that occurred that basically shifted a home office to, and a lot of those buildings are partially occupied. So there's a study being done right now to look at ways to jumpstart redevelopment there as well. The Planning Commission will be submitting a number of amendments to the zoning amendments to help also spur additional uses on that area as well. And lastly, Orchard Lake Road, there's a market study also being, as we speak, undergoing right now to look at ways to redevelop or spur redevelopment on Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 14 Mile Road. So some exciting things that are in the mix for Farmington Hills regarding redevelopment. Stay tuned, but just want to report to the council that's what's happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to share, at our last study session, we talked about what we're going to do to consolidate precincts beginning in 2026. So as council is aware, I attended both the Republican and Democratic clubs meetings to give them a heads up so that they could begin the conversation on what to do with precinct delegates. And that then takes us to the city manager update.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to advise members of the community that the city has a survey live on our website to assess the needs of a potential new senior recreation and wellness center. That survey can be accessed on our website, www.fhgov.com, under latest news. And it is officially construction season, and just want to remind folks to please drive safely through those work zones. Last week was National Work Zone Awareness Week, and just be careful as you traverse through the community. Thank you.
Thank you. That then takes us to new business. Item 4, consideration of adoption of a resolution regarding a charter amendment for a public safety millage renewal to be placed on the November 4th, 2025 ballot, CMR 42569.
Yes, thank you. I can pull this a little closer here. Thank you, Mayor. This is an item on your agenda concerning the public safety millage that was approved by the voters in November of 2025. It was a 10-year millage term for that millage, which is ending in 2026. The resolution before you is a resolution that is proposed for your adoption that would provide for the ballot, would provide for a ballot question to renew or allow that millage to continue to be collected at the amount it would be returned to the 1.4764 mils that was approved in 2015. That would be on the November ballot this year if this resolution is approved. The resolution, as you can see, includes the language in the city charter that enables and allows, by voter approval, this special millage to be collected for public safety purposes. And it also includes the ballot question that would be placed on the ballot in November for voter approval to renew that public safety millage. Now, before it is able to be put on the ballot, your resolution, if you adopt it this evening, would have to be presented to the governor and the attorney general for their review and approval before it's placed on the ballot. And so the process, the reason we're doing it this early is to enable that process to take place and also to enable the city clerk to get the materials to the county for placement on the ballot in a timely fashion. This type of ballot proposal must be 100 words or less. So we have a strict statutory requirement to keep it under 100 words or less, and we have done that with the proposed ballot language. For this type of resolution, under the state law, it also requires a 3/5 majority vote of city council, which would be an affirmative vote of 5 members of city council. If you have any questions regarding this, I know we have our finance director here. We also have our city clerk here, and we have representatives of fire and I believe police here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by council? We did discuss this at a study session. Nope. Okay, no questions. Is there a motion,
I have
please?
a motion.
Okay, Mr. Aldred?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the ballot language and adopt a resolution regarding a charter amendment for the renewal of the public safety millage as prepared by the city attorney that would fully restore the public safety millage back to the millage rate of 1.4764.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
We have motion and support. This is a roll call vote.
Council members Bruce,
Yes.
Dwyer,
Yes.
Knoll,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
Bolaware,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes. Item 5, consideration of approval of the second modification of consent judgment, Holocaust Memorial Center, CMR 42570. And who's, oh, good evening.
Here I am.
There you are.
Good evening, Charmaine Kettler-Schmaltz, the Planning and Community Development Director, here to present the item this evening. We have the second modification to the consent judgment for the Holocaust Memorial Center. We've got the item before you this evening to reference the changes. This is the location here on Orchard Lake Road, just north of 12 Mile. And there are some items that were included in your packet, and we have in the slide presentation. This would be the submitted proposed items, and the next few slides would be the existing sign that would be removed partially and replaced. I believe that we have Rabbi Meyerfeld in the audience this evening, and if there were any questions regarding the legal aspects, our city attorney would respond to that. So, any questions on the item?
Mr. Aldred.
I just had one question. I have no problem with the design. I just wasn't clear in terms of the material that's being used. It looked like it's a black stone, a granite. Is it that's facing the new wall?
Yes, I am Ellie Meyerfeld, the CEO at the Holocaust Memorial Center. Yes, it is a black granite.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Question for you, regarding the dimensions, would be the same, or any change in the dimension of the sign?
The consent agenda request is to change the dimension of the sign. The new sign on the north side of the street starts at, I can't read the number from here, but it's whatever that number is, it says with the gray folks behind it. That height there is higher than the current consent agreement reads, so that's the change.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
To authorize, to approve and authorize the city manager and city attorney to sign on behalf of the city the second modification of consent judgment and take such actions are necessary to submit the same to the Oakland County Circuit Court for entry and recording.
Support.
Okay, we have motion and support. This is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion carries. We look forward to seeing the sign. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Item 6, consideration of adoption of a resolution for deer management within the city of Farmington Hills, CMR 42571. And so just so you know what's going to happen, there's going to be a presentation. Council will ask questions, and then we will have the time for public comment. So if you have not filled in a blue card and you would like to speak, now's the time to please make sure you've submitted that. And then council will come back for questions and then potential action. Good evening.
Good evening. We're going to start with introductions.
Hi, my name is Chad Fedowa. I'm with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. I've been a wildlife biologist for the DNR for the last 17 years, and I've been filling in as the statewide deer specialist for the last year.
Hello, my name is Kara Colton. I am also with Michigan DNR. I am the wildlife biologist in Oakland, Genesee, Lapeer, and part of Livingston counties. I've been with DNR for a little over a year, but been other state agencies for about 10 years. So.
I'm Brian Farmer. I'm with the Department of Special Services, Deputy Director. I've been here for 27 years. Our department, we've won a lot of awards for programs, facilities. We oversee several parks, the Hawk Golf Course, Ice Arena. We're called Special Services because I think we do a little bit above and beyond what a lot of Parks and Rec departments do. We work with Meals on Wheels, senior transportation. We maintain the fire station grounds, the city hall grounds. So when the city manager said in 2014 that they wanted us to start looking at the deer management, I wasn't shocked. But I did say that as personally I'm a hunter and we're building an archery range. And I said, is that a good idea to have the hunter and the archery range guy build, or in charge of deer management? And they said, just separate that from your personal life, and that's what I've done. So what you're going to hear tonight is all science, data, and information that council, we provided to them throughout several years, as well as they've done a lot of homework themselves. So it's been a team effort to make sure that they've been given the information they needed to be able to make an informed decision. So whatever that decision is, as a city employee, I support that decision 100% and look forward to moving forward with that. And I appreciate you guys taking this agenda item on and looking into it. So thank you all for being here today. I know we've got several different sides of the aisle in terms of what you believe. And again, tonight, it's not what I believe, it's what city council believes and what you guys have shared with them. So your input is important, and they're listening, so thank you. So to begin, I'm going to talk a little bit about the history. So when the city manager said we want you to start looking into deer management, the first thing we did was we went to the Department of Natural Resources because they are in charge of the state's wildlife, and we said, what do we do? They answered back with some things not to do and some things to do. And some of the things they said to do was look at what Ann Arbor's done in their community deer survey. Take some of those questions and make it your own. So we did that in 2016. They also said what they permitted and what they were testing, and they tested some things in Ann Arbor, and they said, we're not going to do that kind of stuff. So don't follow what Ann Arbor's doing there. They're struggling a little bit. In 2017, Southfield asked the same question, and they said, what do we do with deer management? And so one of the things we started to do based on what the DNR told us to do was start logging conversations. We did the best we could for that. They said you could do aerial deer counts. You could have conversations with people in the area of deer management across other states. So we did that. We did a lot of research. And we looked at deer vehicle accidents. So in 2021, after working with Southfield for a while, we decided to open that up to other communities that are having the same concerns that Farmington Hills and Southfield was having. And we found out that a lot of other communities were having those concerns. So we formed what was called the Oakland County Urban Deer Coalition, and it quickly became the Southeast Michigan Urban Deer Coalition because more than just Oakland County was involved with that. A lot of cities and urban areas were starting to have concerns about deer. And the DNR, when we first approached them in 2015, we were sort of dumbfounded by the fact that each city had to come up with their own plan. So when communities like Ann Arbor were trying different things, they didn't know what to do. They were just trying to figure out how do we do deer management. So we said, let's all work together regionally and really start identifying with the DNR, how do we all develop the same plan? Let's be consistent instead of every city coming up with their own ideas and really spinning our wheels. So that's what we did. So in 2022, we did a 7-county survey with SEMCOG, Southeast Michigan County Council of Governments, and they received about 13,000 respondents in that survey. About 3,000 of those respondents were from Farmington Hills. In 2024, the state of Michigan realized that it wasn't just an urban deer issue that we were facing across the state. It was a statewide deer concern, and some of those concerns were due from access to private land, so farms not letting hunters go on their properties, cities starting ordinances to stop allowing hunting, a decline in hunters, the numbers drastically declined. So less deer were being taken out of the population, so we had an increase in population. So the state of Michigan and the Natural Resource Commission, the DNR and the Natural Resource Commission put together what was called the Deer Management Initiative, called the DMI. And the DMI was made up of 24 individuals from the Lower Peninsula, 24 from the Upper Peninsula, and they were there to give their input on what could be done and improved in the state of Michigan for deer management. So some of the non-regulatory items that came out of it was more urban deer hunting, and that was expanded this past season. Also, we proposed the idea of a statewide urban deer management plan, as I mentioned earlier, versus a city-by-city approach. We wanted to see more of a plan that we could give to our city leaders and say, okay, here's your options, vote yes or no. So that's what that plan says, and you'll hear about that in a little bit. Now that DMI is called the Deer Advisory Team, and there's 2 different groups, and that's the Lower Peninsula and Upper Peninsula Deer Advisory Teams, and there's different stakeholders from across the state that are part of that group. So educating the public. So our city council, a few of our members wanted to know what have we done in the last 10 years to educate the public. So we did some research, and part of this presentation we want to share with everybody what we've done. So one area was for about 2.5 years as you enter Heritage Park, we had a deer exclosure as part of the Nature Discovery Trail. So when you turned into the Nature Center, it used to be a really swampy looking area, a lot of mud, just didn't look good. So we decided to put a native plant area there, but we put up a fencing for about 2.5 years to establish those native plants because part of that was to show a study of deer impacts. If you didn't do that, those plants wouldn't grow. So that was one area that we began to educate the public in. Then we also put up deer barriers on our trees in our parks. You'll see those in the fall through the spring, and then we take them off in the summer to let the trees breathe. But every year we put up those deer barriers to protect those trees. Our park staff is always in the park, so we have a lot of interactions with patrons. So a lot of people are always asking, what are those deer barriers? What do you do about the deer? What do we plant? So there's a lot of conversations, and our park staff's always talking to people about that. We also have a lot of nature center programs. So during those programs, in 2009, our department, Special Services, our Recreation Division, took over the Nature Center when our naturalist retired, and we started really developing a lot of programs and really established that as being one of the best nature centers around. Hundreds of thousands of visitors since that has fallen under the Recreation Division. So in terms of deer-type programming, some of the stuff that we've educated people on are more facts about deer. What is their diet? What's their behavior? Impacts of habitat loss, habitat degradation of deer populations, deer management and effects on high deer populations and resources, and how it affects our community. Current issues relating to deer like disease, hunting, baiting, car accidents, and then the balance between deer and home landscape, like what can you plant, deer-resistant plants, stewardship. So some of the programs we've offered are, we do an adult nature education series. We've done 6 deer-focused education series, classes with adults. We do an Oh Deer Santa's Here program that we educate people about deer, where we've had 1,200 people participate in that program since 2021. We work with OCC. We've done 6 sessions a year since 2014 on invasive species management, deer and native habitats. 1,800 people has participated in that. We have deer-focused information exhibits in the Nature Center. Every year, about 30,000 people visit the Nature Center. Multiply that out, it's been about 500,000 people that's came through the Nature Center since we started this whole process. Our Junior Naturalist Fox Club, we do 6 theme sessions on deer. We have a nature preschool now where 190 kids do a session and lessons on deer. We do social media posts. We've had 15 different posts, 2,600 different followers from that have seen those posts. We've done 5 episodes on cable TV with deer. We've logged phone calls through the Nature Center. We also have our website, fhgov.com, that's got a lot of resources on deer management. You can see in this image on the lower right, the deer crossing signs. There's several, if you can sort of see in that little yellow or the deer crossing signs that we put up on the roads. There's several of those. It's usually every year, if there's 5 different accidents occur, that's the typical practice that a sign is placed up. But in our city, we put them up if there's over a 5-year or over a 3-year period, if there's 5 or more accidents, they put up a sign. So they're a little more proactive trying to educate people about that. And then we've done a lot of meeting presentations with the Exemplar Club, the Optimist Club. We've had the DNR come a few times, several different areas of presentations. And then our future marketing, we've already heard a lot of ideas of what we could do. One idea is, and we're going to do this, is put a QR code in our activities guide that will take people right to our website. We'll keep adding information to that website. And then also ideas like, and we're not sure we're going to do this yet, but there's been ideas like electronic signs like Rochester Hills has to educate the public during those busy times when the deer are really crossing roads in the fall. So why do we manage deer and why wouldn't we manage deer? So managing deer comes down to 3 different things: safety, nature, and cost. So deer vehicle crashes are a big one in terms of safety. And a lot of this is coming from our actual residents and saying this through surveys and actual seeing an incline in deer vehicle crashes. Nature, that's the big one in terms of environmental impacts. We can educate people all we want in terms of there's a lot of deer out there and be careful on the roads, but really what it comes down to is our habitat and the destruction of our habitat. And you'll hear a little bit more about that from the DNR. And then also, we continue to have our residents upset about their landscaping, upset about their vehicle repair costs. We've had residents call about their dogs getting injured and they want us to pay the bill because they had to take their dog to surgery. So just a lot of costs that people expect us to help pay for because we're not doing much right now with deer management. So why not manage deer, and why to manage deer? So if we don't manage deer, we're going to obviously see a potential increase in deer vehicle crashes, Lyme disease potential increase as people are concerned about that, and then continue to destroy our environment and landscapes. So here's some data on deer vehicle collisions. This is 2,125 deer vehicle collisions in Oakland County. You can see the trend going upwards in terms of deer vehicle collisions. Then you look at Farmington Hills, and there's an increase in deer vehicle collisions as well throughout the last several years. And according to Michigan State Police, fewer than 1 in 3 deer vehicle collisions are reported. So you can see deer vehicle collisions just don't occur in one location. They're all across our entire city. And this is just Farmington Hills, not counting Farmington. So some of our residents from that survey that SIMCOG sent out, as well as our 2016 Community Deer Survey, we had 5,600 responses from that survey. This is the information from the SIMCOG survey, and 73% of our residents, of almost 3,000 people that took the survey, said that they were concerned about the deer impacts. And you can see some of the testimonies that people shared with us during that survey process. So some of the concerns are deer vehicle collisions, ticks and tick-borne diseases, damage to landscaping, damage to ecosystems and native species, and some others there. So we worked with PlantWise, which is an expert organization talking about environmental impacts and how is deer impacting those, our parks and our natural areas. So looking at these images, the one on the right, you can see that's a large deer browse area, and then you see the one on the left, that's an area that doesn't have a lot of deer browse. So if you go into Heritage Park, Woodland, we're already working on the habitat there. So you can see that the deer have definitely decimated that area, and there's a lot of loss of saplings and seedlings. Forests can lose up to 80% of their ground cover species, and it's linked to a lot of invasive species. So once our native species are starting to get eaten by animals, then we see a lot of native species start growing up. So with that, we see a decline in bird abundance. We see our pollinators being affected by that, and we see competition for food with other animals. And there's no form of predator, so deer continue to browse.
So I'd like to take a quick minute to kind of reiterate the DNR's involvement in urban deer. So over the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of communities, particularly in southern Michigan, have started to see an increased trend in deer abundance increase and the negative impacts associated with having deer, abundant deer on the landscape. So naturally, the first mode of communication from residents is often to city councils and city leaders to say, hey, what can we do about this issue? And then the city leaders come to the department to ask for advice. We're the deer experts. And so we offer some advice on, work with the leaders to determine what the best course of action might be with the best information we have available. We don't really have a vested interest on whether a community does any culling or hunting or doesn't. We're just there to offer potential solutions, some advice on what to do. So those first steps that Brian talked about, education, are key first steps. Learning to live with deer and tolerate deer to some extent, using simple solutions, to protect your landscaping, like some fencing or repellents that can work in some cases. But often it gets past that as deer numbers continue to grow and increase in the absence of any natural predators on the landscape. We start to see continuing negative impacts from those deer, as Brian was talking about. So a lot of the suggestions that are brought up first are non-lethal measures that are not typically approved. So you have options like trap and relocating deer. We have not approved that. There's concerns with disease transmission. So if you trap deer in one area and anesthetize them to relocate them to a new area, one, they're not familiar with the area where they're released, but also you could be potentially translocating disease to a new area in a novel area that those deer have not been introduced to that disease. Contraception is often brought up as an option. That has not shown to be effective, and the two drugs that you could use for contraception are not currently approved for use in Michigan. And the practicality of implementing that in a wild deer herd would be very difficult to do, and you'd have to re-dose animals with some regularity. So to do that might be pretty impractical. Sterilization is also another option that's often brought up. So with sterilization, you're darting an animal, anesthetizing it, moving it to a centralized location where a veterinarian would perform a surgery on the animal, that's either a tubal ligation or removing the ovaries, suturing the animal back up, taking it back to where it was darted, and then having a reversal drug given to it. That has been showed to be relatively ineffective as well in wild deer populations because you have deer moving in and out of that population, and you're not reducing the deer abundance with sterilization as well. You're still maintaining the deer, and you're not going to be able to sterilize all of them either. So you're still continuing to have reproduction and have animals moving in and out of that population. So the only methods for managing and reducing deer abundance are archery or hunting of some kind, or permitted culls in urban and suburban areas. So as we discuss this, this precedent has been set in many other parts of the state, even here in southeast Michigan. There are many communities that do allow urban, particularly archery hunting, and do so safely. And other communities also utilize culling with a special permit. And there are several options, there are several examples of that across the state, particularly in southern Michigan. East Lansing, City of Jackson are a couple of them. Meridian Township outside of Lansing is an example of a municipality that's done deer management for over the last decade. They had instituted a very heavily managed archery program starting in 2011. I've been working with them for over a decade on working with that community. In 2020, they started to supplement the archery program with a cull program as well, because they were not seeing the impacts they were hoping to see with just archery hunting. So once they started doing some of that culling, in addition to the archery program, they did start to see a noticeable decline in some of those vegetative measures that they were doing in their parks and green spaces. And in the permit, it's also required that they do utilize the venison from the deer that are culled. Last year, they donated over 6,000 pounds of venison to local food pantries as well as part of that cull program.
So we started working with the University of Michigan School for Environmental and Sustainability this past year, and we're going to be working with them for the next year. And they've done some research, and this is some of the research that they found. And this is sort of what Chad described was success from Meridian Township, is that, so if you look at archery or hunting, and then combined with SS, which is sharpshooting, you look at the initial deer density, and it's declined over time to lower deer density levels. So we're not looking to eradicate deer in the city of Farmington Hills. We're looking to reduce the population to be a more healthy herd, be more sustainable, and help overall the environmental impacts and help the deer. So when you look at this bar chart, you can see in green is the deer vehicle collisions, and then you look at sharpshooting, and then you look at the next one is hunting. Over time, you can see that the deer vehicle collisions reduced, as well as they no longer had to do calls, and they just performed hunting over time. That was from the previous slide that you saw. So where and when do these archery hunts and calls take place? Council is aware, and we are aware as well, about public safety and the concerns about that. So when we look at our city, we have an opportunity to, we have a lot of parcels of land that have more than 5 acres of parcels. So we will not perform any calls or archery hunts in areas that are populated. It would be more away from the general public, so you wouldn't see the people out there. They would take place, and calls would start taking place with the U.S. Department of Agriculture in 2026. We would start performing archery hunts with public safety officers in 2027. So it's not going to be the general public, random people walking out there with a gun or orange. It's going to be strictly our public safety officers doing bow or crossbow archery hunts. The calls would take place 2 to 5 times, 2 to 5 days a year. So it's not year-round, it's only during a certain period of time. Same thing with the annual archery hunt would be 2 days throughout the whole entire year to try to reach harvest goals. So when you look at the organized pilot archery hunt with public safety officers, we're looking at 5 public safety officers volunteering their time to be able to test out the idea of actual hunting, to give feedback, to say, okay, this is how we can do it safely and in the best way in the city of Farmington Hills. Again, it would take place 2 days in 2027 on private land. Each year after that, it would continue to be studied by those public safety officers and overseen and determine if that's something we want to increase or continue to do. It would be permitted by the DNR. We would work with organizations like the National Deer Association and others to do shooting proficiency tests. Even with these public safety officers, we want to make sure they can shoot a bow or a crossbow well. They would have to have hunter safety. They have to have years of archery experience. They would have to have training on tree stand safety, wearing safety harnesses, lifelines to be able to climb up the trees. That's the only injury that typically occurs in archery hunting, is somebody falling out of the tree. So we would want to make sure everybody's safe in performing that. Attitudes towards Michigan, and Michigan attitudes towards hunting. So there's a survey done by Response Management across the state of Michigan, and these are some of what feelings have when they've done those surveys across the state. And 89% of those people that were surveyed think hunting is okay for food. 82% think it's okay if you're trying to help with the habitat. 77% if you're trying to reduce crop damage or other damage. And 66% is more along the lines of safety and harm, which would mean more deer vehicle collisions. So in terms of deer, one deer can produce 40 to 50 pounds of venison. When you look at that, it's 4 serving per pound, 160 to 200 meals per deer. And our annual harvest goal has not been determined yet, but you can look like Meridian Township. There's several deer with their annual harvest goal, and they can produce meals with that. So here's a video I'm going to share a little bit about that program that we would partner up with the state of Michigan on. You'll probably see an ad. Oh, didn't work. Well, I'm not going to share the video. That happened earlier, but it did work eventually. I'd like to thank our IT support tonight. So with that, the USDA, the way that process would work, all of the venison from a call, which is, a call is using sharpshooters, so they use thermal imaging, they do use guns with suppressors. It happens at night. There's a cooperative service agreement between the city and the USDA. The city manager would decide on that agreement. That we would work with the DNR, food banks again on providing support for that program. We do the implementation of the call, again, 2 to 5 days that call will take place. And then we provide reporting annually to our city council and our community to share the results of the deer management. So like I mentioned before, we're working with U of M and their School for Environmental Sustainability, and this is the project team along with Professor Cost. They're doing this next year, they're going to be working with us on developing that plan, the monitoring plan. There's going to be 2 exposures. One is going to be in Heritage Park, one's going to be in Woodland, and they're going to be interviewing residents as well as the DNR and other organizations, and they're going to assess deer herbivory and impacts. So regional approach. City of Farmington Hills is not alone on this. So like I mentioned earlier, the Southeast Michigan Urban Deer Coalition has been working with 25 different communities and organizations, and the first step of this whole regional plan would be to, for Farmington Hills tonight, if they decide to vote on the resolution, the next community would be May 5th. Farmington, we vote on the resolution. And then on May 8th, Southfield would vote on the resolution. This would be the first regional plan that the state has put together and worked with an area on. And the idea is that more communities, as this develops, will expand and will start to do more regional deer management. So if you look at this image, you can see that this is Farmington Hills, Farmington and Southfield. So the deer, there are no boundaries. They don't stay in one city. If deer are harvested in one city, they're going to reproduce or they're going to move from the other city. So it's really important that we work together regionally on this plan versus city by city. So partnering with the city of Farmington, so the way that would work is that Farmington Hills would manage the deer for the city of Farmington. We provide annual reports to their leadership and our leadership The city of Farmington Hills would receive up to $20,000 from the city of Farmington to help cover staffing and the calls. And then Farmington would put it in their Parks Recreation Master Plan. So this is sustainable. What we're proposing is that this is a long-term plan. This is not a one-and-done deer management plan. It's going to continue on for year after year. That's the only way you can manage deer. That's how it works. That's science. That's data. So resolution for the city of Farmington Hills. What's in the resolution is that calls would begin in 2026, performed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Pilot archery hunts with the public safety officers would begin in 2027. We would need to temporarily suspend ordinances to be able to do that. We worked with the city attorney on drafting this language up. And we would do annual reports to city council, and then we would include that in our Parks Recreation Master Plan. Questions?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Deputy Director, I appreciate your information tonight that you provided, especially the point where you made it's going to be public safety officers that are certified that are going to take care of this mission that is needed, correct?
Correct.
And it's only to be 2 days a year, correct? Starting next year?
Correct. 2027,
Okay.
starting 2027.
Now, this has been very successful in other parks throughout Michigan, correct, DNR? For at least 20 years, I know the metro parks use it for the last 20 years, and it's been very successful.
Yes.
What's concerning me tonight is that a mailer, I don't know if anybody got this mailer, okay? This mailer went out to every resident in the city. Brian, what I want you to do, I want you to take this, there's 8 points here. I want you to read the point and answer it, because I believe every one of these points are very erroneous, and I think it would be very beneficial to the community to get some clarification.
Sure.
Here, Brian.
Okay.
Why don't you go through one by one, read it, and then explain it. Thank you.
All right, so the first point is 10 years of inaction. The city has done nothing for the past 10 years to find effective, non-lethal solutions which are not divisive among residents. I think the presentation shows that we've had a lot of action. Our education portion of what we've done is, I guess when I read that, I think about the many nights and days as a salary employee that I spend on deer management, and for someone to for this comment to be made that nothing has been done after hours and hours of work, our nature center staff, our park staff, the phone calls we receive, not just myself, but our council, inaction is not accurate. The second...
Okay, folks. Let's let the presenters present, and people will have their 3 minutes.
Inaction in terms of the people that have had concerns about their landscape damage. That's the phone calls that I receive. This coming from the Humane Society, which is not a City of Farmington organization, but a national organization that...
Brian, read the point first, okay? There's
sure.
8 points
Yep.
there.
So biased advice, the city has only sought the DNR's biased, narrow-minded advice, which is always just kill the deer to reduce conflicts with humans. The Deer Management Initiative, and you can look it up on the website, on the DNR website. There were several different presentations, 21 different presentations from different scientists and experts across the country, other state leaders, not just our DNR, that gave information. And you can look into that further to understand more about. It isn't the DNR that we're just working with. It's a bunch of organizations that we've researched. The third bullet point is dangerous policy. The DNR wanted the removal of a 450-foot safety zone around homes to eliminate barrier to allow the use of firearm sharpshooting, especially archery hunting near suburban and urban homes. I'll let Chad answer that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's referring to, us wanting to remove the 450-foot safety zone for sharpshooting. So 450-foot rule does apply for hunting with a firearm. You need permission from a landowner to discharge a firearm within 450 foot of an occupied dwelling. And that would apply to sharpshooting as well. They do get permission from landowners. And for archery hunting, there is no safety zone. That 450-foot rule does not apply. It used to, but almost a decade ago, that regulation was changed because recognizing the safety of archery equipment is much greater than using firearms. So the 450-foot safety zone does not apply to archery equipment.
So families at risk, city is putting our families at risk because it's planning to kill tame deer in our subdivisions where we live and where our children play in their own backyards. So the way, there's a couple things with this. The U.S. Department of Agriculture sharpshooting is performed at night with thermal imaging. They can see a mouse jump on the ground with their thermal imaging. That's why we're working with them. They have high-tech equipment, and it is safe, and they won't, if they do see any person outside, they're not going to take a shot. They're trained individuals that they're not going to take a chance. Same thing with archery. When it comes to archery, if you've never archery hunted, then you probably don't understand it. You think it's people in orange walking around drinking beer, shooting guns. Archery hunting is up in a tree, elevated. They're shooting downwards with a projectile that will only travel so far because an arrow doesn't fly like a bullet. So in terms of families at risk, when you're an archery hunter, you're actually going to identify what you're shooting at, and you've got to shoot a certain kill zone to be able to harvest that deer. And that kill zone is about the size of a softball. So when you're shooting, you don't just take a shot. And the people that we're working with, as we mentioned earlier, there are public safety officers that are trained to shoot. They're going to shoot at that zone, and they're not going to just take a random shot. They're going to, and if a child is walking in the woods, there's probably not going to be any deer. They're going to run away, unless they're their tame pet. Sorry. Not scientific. The DNR has no sound scientific basis as required by law to conclude that killing tame deer will reduce deer vehicle accidents, the risk of Lyme disease, which is not caused by deer, or landscaping and deer damage.
So I'll also reiterate that USDA sharpshooters do have a very impeccable safety record. And they've done this deer removal in many, many communities over the years in other parts of the state as well. As far as DNR has no sound scientific basis as required by law to conclude that killing tame deer will reduce deer vehicle accidents, reduce the risk of Lyme disease or landscaping and garden damage. I do have a little concern with the word tame deer. These are wild animals. They're not, they shouldn't be tame, and they should be treated as wild animals as well. As far as the scientific basis, we do have data that do show car deer accidents are on the rise as our deer population has risen across the southern part of the state in particular. And as I showed in the Meridian Township example, they have seen a decrease in car deer accidents as they have introduced culling into their deer management program as well.
Next bullet point, dividing the community. The city and the DNR recognize that killing tame deer is a contentious and highly divisive community issue among residents. We're aware of that there's two different sides of that. I think that addresses that. And then the last bullet point item is better solutions exist. Other cities use community-based non-lethal and humane strategies, such as the progressive city of Rochester Hills, which has successfully implemented non-lethal measures for the past 14 years. That's actually worked with Rochester Hills. They're part of the coalition. They emailed me their whole presentation today, and I shared that with our assistant city manager. That council will see that. We've done way more education in terms of what I shared earlier. The difference of what they've done is they created a brochure, which we actually linked to that from our website. We just haven't printed them out and put them in everybody's water bills, is which Rochester Hills does. And we also didn't put DPW electronic signs flashing to let people know that deer are crossing. That's an easy thing to do if that's something council would like to move forward with. But I would say we're doing a better job than Rochester Hills. And in terms of non-lethal measures, they haven't done any non-lethal strategies. They've just educated the public. And when you see those numbers go down, the numbers went down because there's a disease called EHD, and that occurred in 2009 and 2021. So as those numbers were going like this, in terms of an incline, all of a sudden EHD hit. As of this morning, I found out 140 deer were collected by the Rochester Hills staff in 2021 from EHD. So in terms of our deer management, if we don't do anything in terms of a lethal measure, that's what will happen. Disease will eventually, that's what I was told by Chad Stewart, and maybe Chad can answer that as well.
So yeah, if you do allow a deer population to continue to grow, there's basic principle of something called carrying capacity, and that's the maximum amount of animals that a habitat can support. So deer populations will continue to grow. So in the absence of natural predators, as you're aware, we've removed all the natural predators from the landscape, within the last couple hundred years, and deer populations have been rebounding, and they will continue to grow without intervention from predators or hunters to reach that carrying capacity. Once a population reaches carrying capacity, they've reached the maximum amount that that habitat can support. So they start seeing issues with food availability, starvation, disease, introduction to a population that's not healthy. We did miss one point, and I want to make sure we hit all of them, just so it doesn't look like we're skipping it. One says the never-ending slaughter. The annual killing of deer will be endless because deer population will continue to rebound since surviving deer will yearly have more fawns and other deer will immigrate from outside the killing zone. I guess I just kind of addressed that. So yeah, deer are highly reproductive as a prey species. They do reproduce a lot of offspring to offset what they had evolved with natural predators. So that's why they have a lot of offspring annually to replace the individuals that are removed from a population each year.
So with that carrying capacity, it will take, and we said in the study session, it doesn't happen in 1 year. It takes 5 to 7 years before we can reach that carrying capacity. And then, like I showed in the slides earlier, the deer density numbers start to drop, and it's more manageable number. So we all want to see the deer, and our goal is not to eradicate the deer, is to be able to do it.
I really want to thank you, gentlemen. You did an excellent job explaining that, because all that information that was mailed to you from out of state is erroneous, and you certainly clarified that. We've got a serious problem, and we need help on both sides. We're very compassionate. We all love the deer, but something has to be done. And the program that's we're going to hopefully will implement is going to satisfy all. It's just going to take time. So thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay.
Mayor?
Yep, why don't we just go down the line, because it looks like I see hands. No? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This may be a question for the biologist, because you touched on it just a little bit about tame deer. And I had a lot of emails from people that were concerned that we're going to be killing tame deer, which sounds horrific. But just because a wild animal loses fear of humans doesn't mean that it's tame. And maybe you or the biologist could talk a little bit about the difference between a tame animal and a wild animal, and a wild animal that has just lost its fear of humans. But again, that, in my understanding, doesn't make it tame. I mean, a grizzly bear is not afraid of humans, but that wouldn't say it's tame. So maybe you could just clarify that a little bit.
Sure, that is an important distinction. So what we're seeing is deer are becoming habituated to living around people. They're getting used to living around us. So they do start to become more comfortable. Again, in the absence of natural predators, they've lost that fear of humans as a potential predator as well. So a tame deer, what I would think, is one that was a pet, that was raised as a pet. And we do see that on occasion, although it is illegal to possess a wild animal without a permit. That does happen on occasion. But far and away, what we see mostly in urban and suburban settings are deer who have been born and grow up and live in and around people and just become habituated.
But there's also a genetic component, wouldn't you say, where it takes many, many years, maybe hundreds of years or more, to domesticate a wild animal. So I just want to make sure there's that clarity, because people sometimes try to raise wild animals and those wild animals end up turning on them. And so just because you raise an animal, again, doesn't mean that it's tame. And
right,
it's really a genetic difference. Would you agree with that?
I can't speak to how long it would take to tame a wild animal, but we do see every year, sometimes people will bring in a fawn that they believe is abandoned with the best of intentions to try to help that animal. In most cases, the mother is nearby, but they'll raise it, and then they'll release it, and then it's been used to being around people, so it goes to seek out food and attention from people. And then often, if it's a male deer, by the time it's a year old, they start growing antlers, the testosterone in their body during breeding season starts to increase, and then they can sometimes become aggressive towards people, even if they've been raised by people. We see it happen every year. So, yeah, I guess I would use the word habituation instead of tame.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bridges?
Thank you. Mr. Farmer, please. I want to just ask a quick question. Last time we had a study session was on March 24th, and you presented data to the city in regards to what your thoughts were regarding information you gathered in regards to the deer management issue in Farmington Hills. You did not provide any information regarding communications that the city has been involved in. Now, I don't know why you did not present it on March 24th. Why you did not provide the city council with information regarding communication at that time?
So I could spend days presenting a lot of information to city council. There's a lot of information to share. We wanted to sum it up, and when we actually talked to you after that, you wanted to hear more about education, so we included that information in there.
I would think that would have been pertinent to your communication on March 24th. If you wanted to tell council, the public, all the things you've done, the city has done to manage the deer population. You did not mention that at all. So it really calls into question that you're searching for data to help corroborate your position. And you know, I'm going to I appreciate the fact you did provide some data regarding communication. I prompt you to do that. And the data you presented, I'm not totally comfortable and confident that it provides us, me, or the council with really an objective, thoroughness regarding what you've done in the past. So I appreciate the information you provided today. However, again, I'm concerned about the fact you did not present that on March 24th. Second point I want to make today is that last I talked about regarding the number of incidents, number of complaints in Farmington Hills regarding deer issues. There were 180 complaints over a 7-year period of time. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
What's incorrect about that?
So there's 180 log calls that I personally logged. There's more log calls. I mentioned earlier in that education portion that the Nature Center receives calls, the park staff receives calls, log calls. I mentioned that the Special Services Department oversees the golf course, the ice arena, several different things. If I had time to write down every single phone call I received, that it'd be a full-time job. So yeah, 180 log, that's the honest answer that I wrote down. That's in my, from 2015 to 2022, not counting 23 through 25.
But when you presented your data to council on March 24th, you reported 180 complaints. Is that correct?
I report 180 log calls,
okay.
but
complaints.
thousands of verbal
So
complaints.
I'm going to take that as data in regards to complaints in Farmington Hills, 180 complaints. And you extrapolate that over 7 years, that's 84 months. That's 2 complaints per month. Okay. Second point I want to make to you is that regarding the deer vehicle collisions in Farmington Hills, I think there was like 122 divided over 5 years.
621 over 5 years.
Divided over 5 years. It's a 5-year period of time, right?
However you want to do the math.
122. When you look at that point, 122 divided by the population of Farmington Hills is 82,000.
Well, if you look at the number of deer
Probability of a deer accident in Farmington Hills is 0.15.
So the number of deer vehicle accidents, if you look at
0.15.
Hey, folks.
So again, Mr. Farmer, again, you did not go over those data points today in regard. The point is that I want to let you know, Mr. Farmer, the data that as I read the information regarding deer management, it's all based on impact, not the number of deer. The DNR would attest to that. It's based about impact. And the impact is based on, I would think, for us as council members to make a decision is based on complaints as well as deer vehicle accidents. And those are the most, the deer vehicle accident is the one that really is more bothersome because that can result in somebody getting hurt or getting killed. But you're down to about 2 complaints per month, and you're at about 0.15 regarding deer vehicle accidents in Farmington Hills. Now, when you look at the report, that also I asked for a report in regards to zoning enforcement in Farmington Hills. How long have we had a do not feed a deer ordinance in Farmington Hills?
I'd like to defer to our assistant city manager on, because we just had some information that was put out in a letter, if that's okay.
Yeah. How many, the point is, my question is, How long, when did we implement, council enact a do not fear deer ordinance in Farmington Hills? When was that? 6 years ago?
2000, go ahead.
What year was it?
I'll look it up.
So based on the deer ordinance, our zoning department, our department does not oversee that. What our zoning department does, so when somebody calls and has a concern about a neighbor feeding animals, then usually the neighbor calls zoning, and then that zoning officer goes and knocks on the neighbor's door and says, hey, we've heard some complaints, and then they educate them about it. That's typically how it works, but Karen can answer further with that.
Yeah, so the code was amended in 2017.
17. Okay, thank you. 17. And we're looking at 2017, do not feed the deer ordinance in Farmington Hills. Looking at a report that was issued by the zoning department from our director of community development, Dennis Rand is the zoning department, and he provided a report to council in regards to enforcement of that ordinance. Only one enforcement was a complaint. It was not even an enforcement. It was a complaint. So again, that says only one. So again, it tells me the city has not done a good job in educating the public regarding the do not feed the deer ordinance in Farmington Hills. We need to do a better job with that. So again, I'm looking at impact. I'm looking at quantitative data in regards to why I should make a decision regarding an issue like this. I'm looking at impacts regarding, looking at deer vehicle collision probability, 0.15. I'm looking at complaints at 2 per month. Then I'm looking at lack of enforcement as well. Okay? So my point is that I'm going to make my decision based on quantitative data. I'm also concerned about the qualitative aspect as well, which is nuisance issues regarding deer eating plants and flowers. That's important as well too. I'm concerned about that. But have we done a good job in regards to educating the public in regards to what plants not to buy and regarding deer repellent plants in our city? I mean, seriously.
Folks, come on now.
Have we done that? I mean, I don't think we have.
They've
And
educated
I
me.
went online, I read, Mr. Farmer, there's about 100 plants that people can purchase that are non-deer friendly. They don't like them. So the point
Please, no outbursts.
The point is this, is that I'm concerned about our lack of enforcement of our do not feed the deer ordinance. Secondly, I'm concerned about the lack of formal complaints to the city. And I need to ask you a question. Do you have an idea as to these 180 complaints, where they're located in the city? Do you have any idea?
There's thousands of complaints, and the 180 that I wrote down, I have the addresses, emails, and contacts of those people.
Can you tell
Yes.
me, are they close to Heritage Park or are they close to Woodland Park?
They're all over the
Woodland
place.
Hills?
So I can provide a map for you and spend the time to do that if
Need
you'd like
that?
me to.
So the other thing is, do we have fencing adjacent to to property owners from specifically at Woodland Hills Park or Heritage Park? Is there fencing
Like
that
around the
separates
parks?
between the neighborhoods and the park? Yes or no?
There's not,
Okay.
no.
Now, Mr. DNR, is fencing an effective strategy to help mitigate the roaming of deer?
If you want to exclude deer from going from point A to point B, you would need a 10-foot fence.
Okay. But the point is that fencing is a strategy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. My other question is regarding the PlantWise report. The city paid for PlantWise to do an ecological management analysis regarding assessment of the ecological conditions of Farmington Hills regarding certain areas, right? Are we going to implement those recommendations?
That's the plan. That's why we
Okay.
did a plan, yeah.
Excellent. So the other point is I want to make is that, Mr. DNR, what role did...
Chad,
Chad,
Chad, yep.
Chad, what role did the lack of ecological management that the city has have not done play in this issue regarding the deer management issue? What role is that?
I guess I don't understand the question.
No, I'm asking the lack of ecological management by the city. How much did that play a part in the deer management issue in Farmington Hills?
What do you mean by ecological management?
You're talking about deforestation, things like that.
Oh, I couldn't answer that question.
You can't answer that question. But point is that, the fact is that can be a factor in that issue regarding that.
I guess I'm not fully understanding the question, I guess,
But
sorry.
the point is that ecological management is very important in regards to making sure the deer has habitat and that your invasive species are not entering that area, causing other problems too. City has not had a naturalist nor a biological expert on the city staff for several years. And I would ask the city consider hiring a biological or a wildlife expert to help advise the city in regards to how to protect wildlife in Farmington Hills and how to make sure that the public is also protected as well. Those are my questions. Thank you.
No outbursts, please. Ms. Knoll?
Okay, so I have lots of comments as well, but I will refrain my comments till later because this is supposed to be a time for questions. So those are more comments, but I will keep mine to questions. So thank you for your presentation, Brian and Chad. So you did mention that the food would be donated. Can you explain where the venison would be donated to? What organization?
So there's a few different organizations. One is Hunters Feeding Michigan. So it used to be called Sportsmen Against Hunger. That's a nonprofit organization. And then the state of Michigan created the Hunters Feeding Michigan program. So there's a couple programs. There's also Dole Patrol, which does the same type of innocent donation program. So once the deer are harvested, they're taken to a processor, and those processors are funded through those organizations. And then we receive the meat back, and we work with those agencies on where the food is distributed. So we're proposing that the majority of that goes to CARES and our local food banks. So when we work with them, if this is passed, that's part of the process, working with the USDA and the DNR to determine how that's all going to flow.
Okay, and CARES is in Farmington Hills?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. My next question has to do with sterilization because that does come up quite a bit, and so this question is for Chad. Chad, you mentioned that the DNR does not allow it. I do know that Ann Arbor tried sterilization back in 2017. So my question to you is, in 2018, did the Michigan legislature pass a law that bans sterilization based on what happened in Ann Arbor and some of the complications to that?
So I can answer part of that. So yes, in 2017, Ann Arbor did get approved as part of a research project to utilize sterilization in conjunction with cull operation. I know there was a legislation passed in 2018, but to be honest, I'm not really familiar with the background on that.
Okay. Well, they did. I have the article from the Detroit Free Press. They passed a law back in 2018 specifically citing the sterilization effort and the problems with it in Ann Arbor because there were issues with some deer dying from bleeding, infection. One was injured in the darting process, even trying to collect the deer. So yes, they did back in 2018. And then I will pass on to my other colleagues because the rest of mine are more comments. So I'll leave them for later.
All right, thank you. Mr. Farmer, you know, I'd like to thank you for all the extra hours that you have put into this program in developing it or giving us advice over the years.
Thank you.
And I do have a couple of questions that I'm going to ask at this time, and one of them is regarding what the county is doing. I understand that the county is doing culls in some of the parks. And I know that we have a county park here in Farmington Hills. It's the Oak, I think,
course.
Oak, yeah.
Yep.
Do you know where the culls are being performed or conducted there presently?
So Addison, Oaks, and there's two different parks now. They just did another one this year for the first time. So they started doing it in 2024. It's a Groveland Oaks. No? Is it? So Groveland Oaks and Addison Oaks.
Okay. And then actually Addison Oaks and Rolling Oaks are the only two that...
Groveland Oaks
Okay.
and Addison Oaks.
Do you know how successful those are?
They were successful. Maybe Kara can speak on that because she works with them directly with that.
All right.
I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I'm happy to provide that information if you'd like it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then my next question is, there's a lot of information on pollinators and the impact that they have on our the importance they have on our environment. Could you talk a little bit about the overabundance of deer and how that's impacting the pollinators? That's everywhere, really. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I don't have any scientific studies to cite, but as deer are herbivores, they eat herbaceous plants, and often those are what pollinators use to feed on. So when you have an overabundance of deer, like the picture Brian had shown in that one forested setting where you have almost no ground cover, that's no flowers and no pollen for pollinators to do what they do. So deer do have an outsized impact on the environment they're in when they are in numbers that are approaching that carrying capacity because they do consume so much vegetation.
Okay.
So I'll add to that. So the PlantWise did the study. They are the expert biologists that gave that information. That was not Brian Farmer saying, here's what I think. It was bringing in experts to be able to do that, as well as, again, through the DMI, there's several different presentations. I shared, and I thank you for all your time. You spent all weekend doing stuff, and the carrying capacity was part of that as well.
And then I'd like to follow up on the Ann Arbor situation. I had an opportunity on Friday to speak to one of the Ann Arbor commissioners, and we talked about sterilization and why it's no longer being conducted in Ann Arbor. And like Councilman Knowles said, our legislator did decide to ban that from that, I don't, what year, I can't recall what year.
2018.
2018. And some of the reasons were it's a 2-hour process to sterilize, to sterilize a deer. And there was a lot of infections. And not just that, but there was a movement, not just in Ann Arbor, but around the state, in which there was concerns about reproductive rights and deer. And there was a lot of comments that were coming. And so because of all the commentary and also the what it took to sterilize a deer, 2 hours, you had to have a yoga mat, then it had to be reintroduced back into the habitat. It just was not shown to be effective, so they discontinued it. And Ann Arbor, I believe, was a study to see if that could be replicated across the state, and it could not be. But so I do have some commentary, but I'm going to wait until after public comment.
And I would invite the public to look into that sterilization. They literally cut the deer open, they take their ovaries out, and they sew them up, and then they talk about non-lethal, humane. Is that humane?
Yeah, the American Veterinarian Medical Association states that the only humane solution is really culling by rifles. And for them, that is the best method for the health, just not of the animal, but also, and they're really concerned about, the animals. So they did not recommend sterilization as a method to reduce the population of deer. And that is the premier association for veterinarians in America.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Eldred.
Yeah, and very briefly, I just want to say thank you for providing the information you have. You've put a lot of work into this and over a lot of months and years putting this work together. It's been very helpful. And I just want to also thank Councilmember Dwyer for bringing out the flyer that was sent around and giving you the opportunity to go through those points one by one. There's often many sides to different issues, but having things that are factually incorrect are obviously very disturbing and not helpful. And so I think it was very helpful. So thank you, Councilmember Dwyer, for bringing that point out. And yes, I have comments as well, but I want to let people speak tonight. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. My question has to do with the number of the emails we received were from people who were very concerned after receiving that inflammatory flyer about how You do not have permission to hunt in my yard, and they're concerned about people with firearms walking through neighborhoods to shoot deer and putting their children at risk. Those are the emails that we have received. Could you please verify what would be happening with the call? And just what I'm looking for is clarification that it won't be in neighborhoods, that if it is on private property, it's at least 4 acres with the consent of the property owner. Could you
Yes,
please verify that?
That's a great point. So there would be permission, there'd be permits from the DNR, but, so the way we look at the arrow deer counts, we look at deer vehicle crashes, we look at the calls that we've received, the 180 that I've logged, the log calls from the Nature Center and so on. And we would cross-reference those. So that's part of the work that U of M students are going to be doing. They're going to be contacting those people with large parcels. We've already been in contact with one that is open to having us come out to that property. So it's really determining what are those key areas and then reaching out to the property owner specifically with 5 acres or more. And then we would ask them and explain to them, here's what we're looking to do. Would you be interested in allowing us to do this? So through the permitting with the USDA, doing the calls, there's forms, liability forms, the National Deer Association the same way. So the homeowner, the person participating in the call, or the archery hunt, which would be public safety officers, and the homeowner would be covered under liability through the, again, it's not a new thing we're creating. This is something that exists, and we're just following that, the channel of how it all works.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then we are now going to be moving into the public comment portion. We're sitting at 9 o'clock, folks. So my question is this. This is the stack for people in the room from Farmington Hills, and this is the stack from people in the overflow room. I'm proposing that we do the overflow room first, and then we take a break, and then get to the public comments within this room. For council, what is your thought? Does that sound okay? Okay, do we have any others from the overflow room? And so this is just a general announcement for those of you in the overflow room. If you submitted a comment card, please start making your way. The first names I have, so I'll read off the first. Is that overflow? Yep, thank you. Yep. Okay, so the first names I have, Bob Allen, to be followed by Madhumka Aravanian, followed by Robert Sebulak, followed by Evan Rosen, followed by Timothy McElmurray. So why don't we start with those folks from the overflow room to start making their way over, please. I see folks. Yeah, first 2 names, Bob Allen, followed by Madhumitha Aruvanian.
Bob Allen.
Bob Allen?
Bob Allen?
Bob.
Yep. So, Madhumika, come on in.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. A couple of points I'd like to make. I think we spoke at length about sterilization. I'd like to bring the idea of contraception to the table as well, which is different from sterilization. I wonder if the committee here has looked into the work that Callie Pereira did in Hastings-on-Hudson, which is north of New York, where they provided contraception to around 60% of the deer population, and it fell by 50% in 5 years. Tufts University has also done some studies around the efficacy of PZP contraception, and they've come to the conclusion that it is 80 to 90%, the efficacy is around 80 to 90%. And even if you look at costs, it seems to be cost effective when we look at it per deer cost. It comes at around $500, so it is not too much to begin with. And another point that was made was our concern around nature, cost, and safety. So I'd like to speak to those as well. As far as our concern for preventing nature degradation, I don't think deer overpopulation is a #1 concern cause rather for nature degradation. It's human habitat destruction, which is the #1 cause. Secondly, we have a whole bunch of invasive species like buckthorn or Phragmites that are resulting in habitat destruction. I think we also brought up points around the decline of pollinators. Pollinator population is declining because we have fewer native species, native plants that they can pollinate. Again, deer, while is a cause, I don't think it's the biggest cause. So if we are really concerned about preserving our nature, I think there are better routes to take. The second thing that was brought up was cost. Again, I think it was brought up by the committee here as well. Like, there are other ways to manage cost of our backyards. If the deer are eating our plants, there are deer-resistant plants like sumac and cranberry, which also happen to be native, that we can consider. And then finally, the point on safety. I wonder if the committee here has looked into the Banff wildlife crossing. That it has around 44 wildlife crossing overpasses and underpasses that have over the length of 82 kilometers, which have proven to have reduced wildlife collisions by 82%.
Thank you. Thank you.
So all
Thank
this by
you.
way
That's
of
your
saying-
time.
This is
Thank
also-
you.
Thank
Bob
you.
Allen to be followed by Robert Subulak. Bob Allen? Bob Allen? Okay, Robert Subulak to be followed by Evan Rosen. Good evening.
Hi. Hello. Thank you. I just basically like to echo some of the comments by the last speaker. I think, you know, we do face a really serious ecological crisis, and Farmington Hills is no exception, as was already discussed on a couple of occasions. Massive declines in pollinator populations, massive declines in all sorts of reptile and amphibian populations. I won't get into all the details, mammals. And I just want to be sure that we're not looking at this as like a silver bullet approach, no pun intended. I mean, it's not, yes, there's serious problems with overbrowsing. There's no doubt about that. We've removed all the cougar and all the wolves from the Lower Peninsula. Bobcats and smaller things like that don't really tend to take deer very much. Maybe a fawn now and again, but they don't really take adult deer. But, you know, it's not going to solve our ecological crisis. It's not going to stop biosphere collapse. When you've got companies like True Green going around and just blanketing all the lawns in the county with neonicotinoid pesticides, which are really probably the #1 cause of pollinator decline, when everybody's landscaping with non-native plants that are totally inedible to our insects because they haven't co-evolved with our native flora here, when people insist on keeping a perfectly cultivated, neat and tidy yard area that has no overwintering habitat for any of our pollinators, when people rake up all of their leaves, which makes it impossible for most of the Lepidoptera, the moths and the butterflies to reproduce. So we're doing just a ton of very actively destructive things that make it impossible for our lived environment to also be a lived environment for our native flora and fauna, like the pollinators that were mentioned repeatedly. And yeah, I mean, reducing deer browse in what few wild places we have left is not going to improve that unless we massively change our land management practices. We got to develop something close to a land ethic, and we don't have one. And, you know, taking deer in a call is not going to do it. One other thing, I guess, in terms of invasive species, I still see a lot of invasive species growing in people's yards. I see well-trimmed hedges of invasive buckthorn along roadsides, and I've seen city employees trimming those hedges. I've also seen positive things. I don't want to be all negative here. In Woodland Hills, I've seen them do some great stuff to control the buckthorn. We got to control the invasive species, and just culling deer is not going to do it either. So, thank you.
Thank you. Folks, please refrain from participating here, unless you're speaking. Evan Rosen to be followed by Timothy McElmurray. Evan Rosen. Timothy McElmurray to be followed by Carolyn Bowden. Carolyn Bowden to be followed by Ellen Silverberg. I'm sorry, your name, please?
Carolyn Bowden.
Thank you. And then Ellen Silverberg to be followed by Cassandra Pichu, I think.
Ready?
Hi, go ahead.
I'm Carolyn Bowden. I've been a resident of Farmington Hills, yay, for 21 years. My husband and I both emailed each of you on the city council individually. I did get responses from 3 people, which I very much appreciate. But before the vote, I really hope that you will revisit your emails to be able to just, see what we think. As far as I'd like to address the landscape and buying plants that are deer resistant, I work with a landscape specialist who helps me to pick plants that are deer resistant. And that's pretty much all I have in my yard. But that saying, we have 12 deer that walk through our backyard every day. That's when we're awake. And I know that there's a lot of them come through at night too. And when they eat the things that they like the most, they move on to the things they don't care for as much. And they will eat everything right to the ground. And as far as spraying things, we've tried different sprays, and they'll usually last about maybe a season, and then they go, oh, we really like that stuff after all. We're getting used to it. And so that really isn't a very effective way to do it. But I think those things with the landscape aren't my primary concern. I think my primary concern is deer being hit by cars. We had a neighbor that a deer was hit and went into their window well, and then someone had to come out and shoot, the police officer had to come and shoot the deer, haul it out into the back where the coyotes finished it off. And I don't think that's really the best thing either. I think a humane culling might really make sense. And I would like to encourage you to just at least consider this. I know we have a lot of things with the environment, but I think my concern is a lot for the deer. The deer are very beautiful. We had a fawn born in our yard 2 years ago, and we got to watch it. It was that piebald one that was so cool that everybody had around here. And at any rate, they are enjoyable. It's a love-hate thing, but when there are so many and they're starting to be damaged and not have a good life, I think that's not good. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you. Cassandra Pichu to be followed by Whitley Roberts and Amy Lizette. Oh, I'm sorry. Ellen Silverberg. Yep.
I'm Ellen Silverberg.
Thank you.
I'm a 30-year resident of Farmington Hills, and when I first moved in, and we live on a property that is nearly 2 acres in size. When we first moved in, the occasional sighting of deer was quite thrilling. Removing the deer carcass was last year was one of the heartbreaking moments of living on our property. We have herds of deer that come through. I personally planted hundreds of daylilies which did not have a single bloom last year because they were chewed down to the ground by deer. The other states have done many studies, and the only reasonable option and the only humane option is culling. And it is heartbreaking to receive such disinformation, having seen the studies that have gone in. I hope that you look into whoever distributed this inflammatory document. As a resident, I really appreciate the time and effort that has been put into this. I've also been extremely frustrated and have emailed you all about how I feel that the action should have taken place years earlier, and I'm frustrated that it will not start till next year. I do hope that you will vote for this resolution because
it is heartbreaking to see people who have been debilitated. Personally, I have friends who have been debilitated by Lyme and other tick-borne diseases and it is also heartbreaking I'm very concerned that there are going to be crashes that will not only involve fatalities for deer, but for people as well. And I do hope that you will proceed with this action, because it is heartbreaking to see the number of ill deer, the number of deer limping, and other deer that there needs to be a humane call. It's really the only way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Cassandra Pitu to be followed by Whitley Roberts. Cassandra Pitu, Whitley Roberts. Amy Lizette to be followed by Dalton Brosnan. Good evening.
Hi, thank you. My name is Amy Lizette. I've lived in Farmington Hills, I don't know, maybe 12 years now. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would like to present some hard data. This is actually, it's from Ireland, but I thought that it was relevant. So they were doing culls. And I would also like to encourage everyone to stop saying culls, and it's killing. Just use the word killing. You are killing the deer. This is from a founder of a wildlife sanctuary who says, quote, "One of the primary reasons why culling does not work is because of the social behavior of deer. As with many animals, deer have a hierarchical social structure, and a dominant male or stag plays a vital role in suppressing other males' breeding activity. When the dominant stag is removed, it leads to a breeding free-for-all, resulting in an increase in the deer population. The figures from the Department of Agriculture appear to support this claim, with 4,749 deer killed in the first cull in 1995 and over 55,000 culled last year, 2022. These statistics suggest that the cull may be unintentionally increasing the deer population rather than controlling it. Moreover, the impact of the cull on ecological damage and road accidents is debatable. While proponents argue that the cull is necessary to reduce the deer population, research has shown that reducing the deer population does not necessarily lead to a reduction in the number of road accidents involving deer. In fact, according to data from the Road Safety Authority, the number of road accidents involving deer has increased significantly in recent years, despite the culling efforts. So I would like to thank you for your time. I personally find this morally reprehensible, but I understand that that is not everybody's view. I appreciate the time, and I would just encourage you to think about, why do we get to decide if they die? I don't think that's our place. They are living animals as well. We're living animals. Technically, we're the invaders. So I would just encourage you to think about their, not personhood, but their right to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Dalton Brosnan to be followed by Matthew Hollander.
There's a gentleman named Robert that you called earlier.
Robert Allen?
He can't hear very well.
Oh.
Robert, is there another Robert?
I had
Schimmelak or
yeah, Robert Allen, Bob Allen.
Allen?
Bob Allen. Bob Allen. Have not called that, and I don't have a card for you, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, Dalton Brosnan.
Members of the City Council, my name is Dalton. A few years ago, I was looking to buy a house. One of the pictures of a house I liked showed the backyard had deer visiting, and I was so excited to potentially have deer in my backyard. After only a few weeks of moving into that house, I was relaxing on my back patio, and I saw a doe and her 2 fawns walk right up. I looked over at my neighbors, who were also outside, and I'll never forget the look of awe on my neighbors' kids' faces when they saw the deer too. How cool to peacefully coexist with wild animals, right? In that moment, I never would have thought I'd be standing up here today begging you not to mass slaughter them. The science does not support the benefits like you claim. According to a 2021 study published in Frontiers in Ecology and the Environment, deer culling in suburban environments has failed to reduce long-term population numbers in a sustainable way. Populations rebound. Why? Because nature compensates. Females produce more fawns, and migration fills the gaps. It's called the rebound effect. You kill 50 deer this year, you'll have 70 next. And let's talk about car accidents, as you cited as a justification for the unjust killing. Data from the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning shows that deer vehicle collisions in Oakland County have remained flat or declined in the past 5 years. In Farmington Hills specifically, even while our development has expanded, there has been no significant increase in incidents. This culling is not about safety, it's about convenience. And to hear Mr. Farmer shamelessly plug his archery lessons at the beginning of his presentation shows some real callousness. I talked with my neighbors and none of them support this culling. This is about appeasing a vocal minority who view deer as pests rather than the sentient, intelligent, feeling creatures that they are. And don't be fooled, these killings are not humane. Deer that are shot suffer. They flee wounded. Some die slowly in agony. In communities that have gone down this road, residents have reported hearing the cries of wounded animals in the night. Is this the legacy you want to leave for our city? Farmington Hills has always prided itself on being forward-thinking, compassionate, and community-driven. You have the power tonight to prove that these values still mean something. Culling is irreversible. It sends a message to our children that when nature becomes inconvenient, we eliminate it. Is that the legacy we want to leave? Is that the legacy you all want to leave? Please vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please control yourselves, folks. Matthew Hollander to be followed by Douglas Graydon. And the only other cards I have from the overflow room were from Juan Ortiz and Monica Sipe. I don't... I don't have that.
Rochester Hills? Okay,
Yeah.
we're calling Farmington Hills first.
Farmington Hills first. Yep. That'll be after all of these folks from Farmington Hills speak. So just remember what we're doing first is we are doing the Farmington Hills folks first, and then after all the Farmington Hills folks have had the opportunity to speak, then we will ask people from other cities to speak. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Are you?
Yes.
Name, please.
Hi, my name is Matthew Hollander, lifelong resident of Farmington Hills. I just want to come out here to say I'm strongly opposed to this deer management proposal. I think it's completely irresponsible, and it's trying to promote itself as a solution to a problem which, in actuality, does not exist. Deer are not a problem. They eat your flowers. That's not a problem. You plant something that doesn't get eaten by deer. Deer accidents are extraordinarily rare, and when they happen, they are almost never fatal and almost very rarely cause even human bodily injury other than a slight bruise at the most. When in Farmington Hills, they happen, of course, all over the state. They're very, very rare, and they're extraordinarily rare in Farmington Hills. The proposal would also not create a solution. Deer are here. Deer are always going to be here. There's always going to be a chance that you can hit a deer. You can have a solution, which is not a solution of shooting deer every single year, or you can do something more responsible, like consider driving slower at night. Even just reducing by 5 or 10 miles an hour can save a lot of human damage and damage to deer. The deer population in Farmington Hills is extraordinarily healthy compared to other deer populations all over the state. You can very easily find this information online. We don't have a sick or dying deer population. We have a healthy deer population which frequents people's yards and which people enjoy. It brings benefits to the city. In regards to the invasive species and ecological damage, the vast majority of the damage that we face in the city from in terms of ecological is due to overdevelopment, is due to our rampant use of pesticides, which cause damage to our native plants, to our pollinators, and to our children, to our dogs, and anyone who lives and walks on a lawn. That's the real cause of our damage to ecological species in our city. This proposal does not solve the problem because there's not an issue. Deer are not an issue. Deer have always been here. The deer will continue to be here. So if you just start bringing out people and start shooting them, you're still going to have deer. You're still going to have all these issues that were brought up, and they're not going to be solved. And also the studies that were compared to, like Meridian Township, for example. Meridian Township is Lake Lansing, is Haslett. that's surrounded on three sides by farmland and forest for dozens of miles. Jackson as well is surrounded on all sides of farmland. We're in the middle of the suburbs. We got suburbs for dozens of miles on all other sides. We can't do this, copy their strategies and expect the same results in our city. So for all these reasons and surely more, I strongly oppose this proposal. My parcel is, my property is all native species, and we have no problems with deer browse whatsoever. We see deer in our yard, and they nibble on our neighbor's grass, but they don't touch our plants, so I'd highly consider planting native plants. And also, this is a special concern to me because I back to a 10-acre parcel, which could undoubtedly be used for hunting, and I don't want to risk that for me and my family in our yard. That's extraordinarily dangerous, and I would strongly oppose it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Douglas Graydon to be followed by Juan Ortiz, and then one last call for Bob Allen, Evan Rosen, Timothy McElmurray, Cassandra Pitu, and Whitney Roberts. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Douglas Graydon. I moved to Farmington Hills in 1971. For the first 10 years I lived in this city, it was near Orchard Lake, or Halstead and Grand River. I lived on 26 acres with a couple other kids, and we tore that property up. There were no deer. There were no ticks. In the 80s, we moved, and I lived not far from Farmington High in Farmington, and we trespassed regularly on the property that would become Heritage Park, and there were no deer, and there were no ticks. In 1996, my family and I moved to 11 Mile and Orchard Lake within spitting distance of your city hall, and we've lived there ever since. Around 2000, we started to see deer in our yard, and it was always, hey kids, come quick and be quiet. There's a deer in the yard. Fast forward to now, and I can easily count on a given evening 17 to 20 deer in my backyard. I used to have vegetable gardens and landscaping, and I plant the plants that I like. I understand the need for local area plants, and most of mine are, but my landscaping is gone. I don't even bother with vegetable gardens anymore. And part of that is because the only predator for a deer in Farmington Hills is a car. One of those predators was my daughter, and her car was totaled back in 2021. There's a book called Nature Wars by an author named Jim Sturba that talks about these issues all over the country. We're not alone in this. It's being faced by all kinds of communities all over the country. I'm not a deer hunter. I probably could never shoot a deer. But there comes a time, and we're at that time, folks. I trust my fellow citizens. I trust you to make the right decision. If you decide that it's police officers that need to hunt out of trees to get them, that's fine with me. If you trusted regular citizens, I trust my regular citizens with firearms and bows. Bottom line is I would like to see a significant reduction in deer population. I don't want to see them eliminated, but I understand that a significant population reduction means killing. It means culling. But I think in the long run, that's the kind thing to do. Maybe not for an individual deer, but for the herd. When you don't do that, you lead to habitat destruction that we've heard about. You lead to rapid disease spread because deer are social animals and go nose to nose with each other all the time. There are diseases that deer spread by being close to each other like that. The more deer there are, the more likely that is to happen. Chronic wasting disease is coming. EHD, like he talked about earlier tonight, is coming. Starvation, if they overfeed, is coming. Those things are cruel. Do the right thing and have a call.
Thank you. People, please. Juan Ortiz is the last that I have from Farmington Hills from the overflow room, and then we'll take a break. Juan Ortiz? Okay, we're on a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
How's your career doing? Oh my gosh. I'm sitting here looking, not only
It is 8:51, yeah. Wait, I'll show it to you when it pops up.
Okay. Go on.
And now we know part of what the mayor pro tem does. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. By the way, how many of you, this is your first council meeting? Wow, good for you. Thanks for being here tonight. Buckle up for a long one. All righty, so this next listing is going to be Farmington Hills people who filled out a card and are in this room, and based on a lot of folks went home. Can't imagine. I'm gonna call three names and then just keep that going. So this is who's Justin Baker, to be followed by Karen Amick, and Rohit Shasadri will be on deck. So if your name is called, start coming up, please. And Justin Baker first. Good evening.
Good evening. How is everybody tonight?
Good.
First of all, everything Ryan said, like all of his charts and make-believe stuff, where did any of that come from? Like, is any of it real?
So just a reminder, you're addressing council.
Sorry.
Thank you. And this
And
isn't a
then-
give and take right now. This
Sure,
is
the
just
point I want to make is that you can't use cull and humane in the same sentence. They're like polar opposites. I know. That's it. Well, I was waiting for Chad. I wanted to remind him of some things, but that's all I have.
Thank you. Karen Amick, to be followed by Rohit Seshadri, and then Terry Lewis.
I've lived here my whole life, 1966. My mom has lived here 58 years, Farmington Hills, Meadowbrook Hills. I'm a FHS Falcon. I know of a 2022 survey that was taken, and I have concerns because I think a majority of that survey, which was SIMCOG, talked about the people having a different opinion than the biases I am seeing here tonight. I went up and just asked Ryan about it, and he threatened to have me arrested by a police officer this evening for expressing my opinion to him. I've been a psychologist for 30 years. I know bias when I see it. Ryan is biased from beginning to end in this presentation of an hour and 34 minutes of no other option but to call these deers. We're given 3 minutes each. And I can tell you between Chad and Ryan, they were given 34 minutes to make their point. So I'm going to make my point brief because I only have 2 more minutes to say what I have to say. University of Michigan study does not offer any author. It does not cite any resources. It has a name and a title of University of Michigan, and that's it. Everything that has been said here, majority of it, has been propaganda. When Ryan said that we are not able to use PZP and birth control for deer in Michigan, you can Google it right now. You do not have to believe me. It's a lie. It is allowed. It requires special approval, but it is legal in Michigan. This council needs to explore such options as birth control. The first woman that came up here cited Hastings in Hudson, New York. It's a longitudinal study of 7 years where they used birth control for deer. 85% success rate in reducing deer population the first year, 75% thereafter. And after that, they only needed to use pellets to keep the birth control rate down. It worked. Farmington Hills should be leading in compassion, leading in care. I didn't grow up here without learning about compassion. Compassion and care for my neighbors, for animals. To say nature is not the most wise of all of us, nature is wise. It will adjust. I'm sorry, I am very upset that I was just threatened to be arrested for offering my opinion. That is not okay at any council meeting, okay? I can come up to Ryan and I can tell him my opinion is your bias, and you cannot threaten to have me arrested because he felt attacked? How do you think the deer feel, Ryan? If you can't handle me saying you're biased, you're going to tell me that they're not terrorized and scared? You terrorized me just a moment ago.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assistant City Manager, could you please go speak with her? Thank you. Rohit Seshadri, to be followed by Terry Lewis.
Hi, my name is Rohit. I've been a Farmington Hills resident for 15 years. I'm advocating for the non-lethal and sensible solutions rather than kill, and murder these animals. I have several deer, families of deer living around my house. They live in my backyard, they live in my front yard. People pull up to my driveway to take photos of these guys. They are well loved in our community. Nobody has complained. I've never heard a single person ever bring up these issues, and I've been here for 15 years. There's a small minority of people complaining. 180 is a number I keep hearing. That's a joke that we're even talking about this, but regardless, I have landscaping, I have pets, I drive around this city, I've gone from corner to corner. Not once have I ever faced any of the issues that these guys keep complaining about. So they talk about vehicle and deer collisions. I haven't seen a single one. I've seen 5 vehicle-on-vehicle collisions this week. 2 hours before this meeting, there was a crash on 10 Mile and Grand River. Are we shooting the drivers? Are we taking the drivers off the road? I don't think so. So again, this excuse, I drive at all times of the night. I go to the gym at night, 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, doesn't matter. I've never had an issue. In fact, I know exactly where these guys even cross the road. It's all along Drake, all along Middlebelt. I can see them. They wait. They're way more sensible than any humans that I've seen, for sure. So these people complaining, if there's a big, somebody brought it up, they have 15 in their backyard or whatever. You have a problem? Relocate them to my neighborhood. We have no problem. I can guarantee you that. And then we have a hunter putting together this data. I'm sure he would love other options other than murdering them, so that's pretty obvious. And then the other thing is the deer population has always been consistent. We are the ones expanding. We keep building apartment complexes nonstop. All the empty pieces of land where they were grazing, that's gone. They have no other option other than to go to other places. So this is why it's not their fault. We are not supposed to be the ones who appoint ourselves the executioner for mistakes that they never did. And we need to be an example. I'm very proud to call myself a resident of the city. I've not had one bad thing to say ever. I, in fact, tell people this is conveniently located. The city knows exactly what it's doing. It's beautiful. But this, I cannot believe we're actually talking about this. This is insane. I haven't heard about this. Even people in Livonia and neighboring cities, they don't get it. So Farmington Hills, I'm going to finish up with saying Farmington Hills can do better. We need to be an example. So people will use us as a reference in the future to use humane and non-lethal methods and sensible solutions, not murder for convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you controlling yourselves, thank you. Terry Lewis, to be followed by Eric Ryberg.
I'm Terry Lewis. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I've been living in Farmington Hills for 15 years. When people ask me where I live, I say, I live in the woods, because I do. I live on 3 acres in Quaker Valley Farms, and I live with deer and turkey and an innumerable number of birds and raccoons and groundhogs, and some of them I get along with better than others. But I wish the raccoon on my roof right now would leave, and I will do my best to get rid of it, but I will not kill it, and I will not cull it, and I strongly oppose killing deer. Our population where I live has been stable. None of my ground cover, which is natural, has been eradicated, eroded. It's beautiful. My May apples just came up. I've never seen a deer eat one. Last year, I did see a deer come across my yard, and it went from dandelion to dandelion, eating only the dandelions, and I have to say I was very appreciative. When the fawns are born, they are born by my back window, in my yard. It is an extraordinary pleasure to watch them being nurtured by their mothers, to watch them grow and play and run and become yearlings. It is really interesting to watch the antlers come out as they're starting to do now on the bucks. And in the fall, to watch the bucks begin to herd the females and begin the rutting season, although I've never seen that. Really, I never have. I've always thought, why not? Why not in front of me? But not. It is a pleasure to live with them. This is where I live. This is where my neighbors live. We love our deer. We do not want them culled. They control the population as they have come up. The number of fawns born to the various does have gone down. They are a stable population right now. And my yard, if you happen to like a natural yard, is very, very beautiful. My neighbor built a 10-foot fenced garden. It's stunning. He grows whatever he wants in it. It is just a fabulous way to deal with living with deer. Please help us do that.
Thank you. Folks, Eric Ryberg to be followed by Paul Mullen. And Paul Mullen, if you're here, please come on up in the waiting chairs.
My name is Eric Ryberg. I've lived in Farmington Hills since 1978. And back in 2015, I live on 3.5 acres of land. The back half is wooded. We've had deer, we've had all raccoons, foxes, everything like that. And at one time, they were in balance. In 2015, there were 25 deer in my front lawn on a fairly regular basis. They're not tame, they're domesticated. They know we're not going to hurt them, so they just hang out. They also went through, my wife was an avid gardener, and they went through $1,000 worth of plants that she put in. We'd had vegetable gardens, we'd have flower gardens. That year, all gone. And it's been hard. In fact, I love roses. And the rambling roses I had across the front of our yard, they ate them. They ate the canes. And I think part of that is that there isn't enough habitat for them to live on. You know, in nature, there are balances. You know, in Jurassic Park, Jeff Goldblum says nature will out, that there are conflicts between species. The deer don't have any. You know, we don't hurt them. I used to like seeing them, but not given how constructive they are, and the population has grown. In 2015, Brian Farmer and I became acquainted. I was sort of a gadfly trying to see what the hell is this, the city going to do. And I finally, after about 4 years, just gave up. I've got some papers in the press because nothing was happening. So anybody that thinks that they've rushed to judgment on deciding on a cull, I think that's baloney. It's taken 10 years to get here because of the lack of information, because of, I think a true fondness for, I like deer too, but at point they're going to outpopulate themselves. They're going to start competing with themselves. They're going to start destroying. Russell Baker wrote an article back in 2000, I think, and he talked about the growth of population from 600,000 in New England to like over 18 million. I just read a friend of mine who's a Michigan Phi Beta Kappa science grad, was a chief of staff of a medical center, really knowledgeable, sent me something. I don't know why he thought of it. It was an article about deer, and it said that in the 3 states that they found most deer. Pennsylvania, 1,600,000. Minnesota, I don't remember. Michigan, 2 million deer. And in northern Michigan, they're eating all the fine wood, and they're leaving all the scraps. So we're going to see ourselves deforested. But I think that we are nature's predators. We don't have wolves and coyotes and that. That's our job. And I think that it keeps a balance
Thank
in
you.
nature.
Paul Molin to be followed by Anthony Arena.
Thank you. It's
Ted?
my name is Paul Hike. My
Paul Hike.
wife's name is Lynn.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, so we have that on there. Very, very briefly, I'm going to try to keep this down to a minute. The word for culling and for sterilization, and there's several others, I'm going to use the word inception. Now, what I mean by that is, as you're a youth growing up, inception is really the way you think of yourself as you become a family man and so on and so forth. I want to get these deer controlled before or at inception, the kind of thing. And I want to use some sort of magic drug, click, whatever it is that can be used to maybe just make this one side of the transaction unable to become pregnant and have the deer. And I'm asking, somebody pointed out there's 3 states that have the majority of the deer, and we're one of the 3. What I want to do is concentrate on that, if I may, prophylactic or compound or whatever it is, and then how do you get it into the herd out there, and so forth. So inception isn't as offensive as some of the other words. I want to go down that path, but it was described as several other things, but let's call it inception, and from the standpoint that let's prevent pregnancies, the kind of that is going on here all over. Now, the problem that I've noticed that those companies or those states that have tried it haven't tried it long enough. They've put it into effect for maybe 3 months and figured that was the majority of the inception for the deer herd, if you will. But it's going to have to be more of an effort. It's going to have to be a constant thing for several years. And I think maybe we can find the solution in there. I do agree with people that say that a solution has to be found, and so I support that. But get the investment in the research for preventing that female doe from becoming pregnant as activity goes on and the life goes on and so forth. So that's what I wanted to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anthony Arena to be followed by Karen Phillips. Anthony Arena? Okay, Karen Phillips to be followed by Colleen Redmond.
I want to thank the City Council for offering us a solution to the deer overpopulation. I am for the cull because this is a solution for both sides. If you love the deer, you will still get to have the deer. For instance, with this program, it talks about reducing it by 30%. So if you have 9 deer in your yard, after 5 years, you would still have 6 deer. Isn't that great? You still get to look at the deer and enjoy them. For me, who has 12 to 20 deer in her yard at one time, I would still have 14 deer to enjoy. That would be good. That is a win for everybody. I have a young daughter that is going to begin driving this summer, and I'm concerned for her. We know that inexperienced drivers is challenging enough, but with as many deer there are in our neighborhood and on our main roads, I would hope that you would vote for her safety. And as for some of us who are aging, and my eyes are fading, and my reactions are getting slower, I hope that you would vote for a solution that would keep me safe as well. Let's choose an option that puts us on the path to making our city beautiful again. I don't want to see landscapes covered in fencing. I don't want to see electrical wires draped in Christmas lights all year long. I don't want to see rows of phallic-shaped trees throughout our neighborhood. I am a landscape designer, so I know that you will say that I have a bias. In my yard, I have planted junipers. I have planted spruces because they are known for being excellent, reliable sources for being deer resistant, right? That is no longer the case. They ate a 7-foot spruce tree out of my yard, and they are now eating my junipers. I have pictures if you would like to see them. I love the deer, and I have enjoyed having conversations with my neighbors here about the deer. It's not about loving the deer. I want to see us come to a resolution that is good for both sides. And I think you guys are offering us something. I understand people not wanting to kill deer, and I want you to know that I am sympathetic towards that. But I'm concerned that we're going to have a greater problem if we don't do something about the deer overpopulation. So let's consider all of these options, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Colleen Redmond to be followed by Ray Klemas.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for hearing us this evening. I'd like to begin by saying I did send an individual email to all of you, and I thank Representative Bruce for responding. I was very happy about that. I hope that if you haven't had a chance to read it, that you will. I'm going to try to focus my comments on other things this evening that were not contained in my email. First, I would like to thank Brian. He has been a great resource over the 10 years that we have lived here in managing the deer and what to plant and so forth. I have spoken to him. So for people who think that nothing has been done, that is incorrect. I took exception when I received this, and I am very grateful that it was covered point by point, because that was part of what I was going to talk about. Some people have said that the data has been manufactured. And I would just like to say, I did spend time, I went, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which is a federal organization that supports many of our DNR in the states. They have a 56-page document that covers all of the things that have been presented and part of this plan. And their recommendation is that the most efficient and effective way to manage a healthy deer population is through a cull. And they have, in that document, 160 citations from different research and things over a span of 20 years. It's not like they just fabricated it out of the ground. The deer here are not tame. My next door neighbor told me about being charged by a deer in his backyard this past fall. He has 2 young daughters, and it is not safe for them to play alone in their backyard. My neighbor across the street, Whitney Roberts, who had to leave because they had to take their 3 little boys home, they had 3 dead deer in their backyard last year. 2 of them had to be put down by the police and dragged to the curb where the carcass laid until a dump truck could come and pick them up. Another deer died in their next door neighbor's backyard, and the stench of decomposition was so bad that they could hardly use their yard throughout the summer. They have an 8-foot fence, and their 3 small boys can't even play in their backyard because the amount of deer poop that's back there. We had an incident ourselves last summer, entertaining family, where my 2-year-old niece was so excited to see a deer, she took off after it, and the deer kind of stood its ground, and my nephew was terrified for his daughter.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ray Klemas to be followed by Michael James Clarahan.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and hello to everybody tonight. It's been a long night, a lot to hear, a lot to digest. But I lived in Farmington Hills for the last 35 years, and I have a beautiful home in a cobblestone court, 10-mile Orchard Lake Road. Beautiful, beautiful piece of land there. A lot of trees, a lot of vegetation, but no gardens because there's too many deer in that area. And when I first moved in that house 30 years ago, I remember walking out to get a newspaper on a driveway, and I saw a deer in a street. It's a private drive, and I was like, wow. a deer here on Cobblestone Court. I've never seen a deer in this area before. Now, like I heard somebody say earlier, I see deer every single day, 5, 10 deer in my backyard. And they've basically eaten all of my vegetation back there. So before I couldn't see my neighbors that are about 100 yards away. Now I can see them every single day. There's definitely not enough growth going on because the deer are basically outnumbering the growth. But the story I want to tell is that, you know, Ryan and Chad told stories about the amount of accidents that are involving deer. And it was about 4 years ago, my son, who's now 22, was coming home from work and was going on Orchard Lake and 10 Mile. And he was almost home, and a big deer ran into the side of the car. And he called me up and he said, "Dad, a deer just hit our car and it's really, really bad damage. What do I do?" I said, "Well, you call the police." And the police called, you know, they came in right away. They took care of it. They followed my son home. It was pretty shook up, and as well as I. And it cost $7,000 worth of damage. I mean, the car was a brand new car. But luckily, he was okay. The second thing I want to touch on is safety, is that a lot of people don't realize how deer can be so aggressive in November. I've been an experienced deer hunter for the last 35 years, 40 years. I came back, you know, from the UP. All my ancestors, they did that as a hobby, and it was a sport, and it was a lot of fun. But when deer are going through a different part of their growth, when I'm talking about male deer, well, they're bucks, and they get these antlers, and they go through an experience called the rut. And when they get in that rut period, it's in November, those deer are very, very aggressive. And what happened to my neighbor down the street, he had a big dog, like a Rottweiler.
Thank you.
And what happened is that when he was out there
Thank you, sir.
taking care of his business, going to the bathroom,
Thank you.
a big 12-point deer basically gouged him out and threw him in the air, and he's dead. I plead to the council to listen to Chad and Ryan's information.
Thank you, sir.
I think it was very influential, and I think that they should.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Michael James Clarahan to be followed by Ram Pramid.
Hi, I'm a 38-year veteran here in Farmington. I grew up in Temperance, Michigan, deep in farm country, completely surrounded by bean fields and cornfields. So I know what the natural amount of deer would be for basically a square mile. I still have friends that are down there that I visit on a regular basis, typically once a week. The amount of deer that we have up here is just crazy. I regularly see 10 to 12 in my yard. Okay, that's a regular basis, maybe once a week. Typically, it's 4 to 6 every night. Okay? I have spent a lot of money on landscaping, which is getting trashed. I'm redoing it all right now. I spent hundreds of dollars on deterrents and chemicals, fencing, new plants, and I'm still at least dealing with scat piles and now replacing my landscaping. I'd love to have a garden, flowers of my choice, not the deer's, what they don't like, without having a fortress with a fence, smelly chemicals, sparkly stuff, flashing lights, bars of soap hanging around, because I live in Farmington Hills, kitty corner from City Hall. I'm over there in Lemura, Springbrook. I think a natural balance of being able to see 1 or 2 deer a day, that'd be pretty cool. But at 12, I don't stand a chance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ram Pramid to be followed by, I'm sorry, can't read it, Mish Hana. Mr. Pramid? Okay. Mish Hana on Forest Ridge. Okay. Karen Pepper to be followed by Michael Shea. Not yet. I did not say that yet. Nope.
Hold
Evening.
on, my time, I didn't start yet.
All right.
This is falling. Okay. We are all here tonight because of one man, Brian Farmer. Some of you know Brian and some of you don't. Let me do a short introduction. And no worries, Brian, I'm not going to say anything that you haven't said publicly on social media or in podcast. Brian Farmer is the sole architect of the resolution before our council tonight.
Okay, so Dr. Pepper, remember you're addressing council.
His story is he's a self-professed lost boy whose life was changed when his grandfather gave him a bow and took him hunting. He's a proud dad of 3 girls. An old social media post will show him and dad and the girls spearing fish, shooting deer, shooting ducks. Brian will also tell you he's a Christian, a man who consults God whenever there's a big decision in his life. And his most recent big decision has been to make it his self-appointed special mission to reverse the 20-year decline in hunter numbers in Michigan. Brian has partnered with the DNR. The DNR loves Brian. Why? Follow the money. 66% of the DNR's budget comes from the sale of hunting licenses.
Okay, I
This
need to pause
agency
the
is
timer
hurting.
for just a moment, please. Because part of the council rules are while comments upon the action, inaction, or performance of the council and City of Farmington Hills commissions, boards, employees, and consultants is allowed, council asks, we cannot require, but asks all members to refrain from using profane, vulgar, or abusive language. Additionally, we prohibit abuse of obscene, defamatory, or similar disruptive language. And so please take that accordingly and restart the time.
According to the DNR's own figures, less than 5% of Michigan residents buy hunting licenses. So how do you leverage the other 95% who choose not to kill for fun? Well, since 89% of the hunters are male, again, DNR words, you target women, girls, youth, and people of color. And when you still are failing that, you create a problem and you offer a solution. Urban deer hunting in city parks. What's the playbook to create this fantasy? 1, you conduct aerial surveys, visual only, no video record, only you in the plane, that grossly overestimate the number of deer in the city, not by a little, but by a good 40 to 50%. 2, you conduct a survey of your own Farmington Hills residents, and then you simply ignore that 58% of those residents said they did not want sharpshooters in the city parks. 60% said they did not want bow hunters in city parks. 3, you hire a marketing consultant to, using his words again, get over the hump of resident resistance to killing wildlife in our city parks. And what do the consultants say? Scare people. Tell them their safety is threatened. You do this by mischaracterizing the risk factor for deer vehicle accidents happening to them. You take the resident complaints over damage to landscape, and rather than educate people and help them come up with a resolution, you create this mirage of a citywide ecological disaster caused solely by deer. Then you sweeten the pot by telling residents that all dead deer will go to feed the hungry. That's what the marketing consultant told them. That's the presentation we have. Finally, you take your story and you lie to the media, you lie to our elected officials, and you lie to the community. Then you give us, the residents, 1 month's notice, 3 minutes to respond to the plan. Voila, Project 2025, Farmington Hills.
Thank you. Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Michael Shea to be followed by Bob Sebulak. Michael Shea. Okay. Bob Sebulak to be followed by Teresa Ramirez.
I started out with saying I made a semi-fatal blunder today. I ran out and I forgot to put my hearing aids, which I recently got, and I couldn't hear much of what was going on here today, you know, but the parts that I did pick up on, a lot of what I probably would have said was said. My statement would be, a little background, you know, I had 40 years with HUD, and I was the Farmington Hills Community Planning and Development Representative. I worked with Charmaine and Rick Lampy over the years. And I had a lot of cities. I had Southfield and all this, and I dealt with a lot of issues. This is, to me, is a big issue because I'm probably going to make more, just a slight political philosophy statement, more or less. I just got immersed in this issue 2 weeks ago, and I've been going through it to see what the pros and cons of what they're talking about. They're going to kill these deers. Bottom line, my philosophy is choose life over death. And I think the Pope just said that before he died, in a way. If there's a solution before you go to death, look for the solutions. And I believe that you can find a solution. The biggest problems I see in this are, they talk about traffic. They're talking about, you know, the deer in their yards and eating the bushes. You talk about parks and sustaining vegetation. Part of this problem, philosophically, is going down that the zoning boards, the people approve permits for building, and we kept crunching these deers down into these areas, and it's a problem that's been forced on by the cities, by the system, economic system itself. How do you deal with that? How did this thing start? These using sniper fire to come to communities, you know, and it started 14 years ago in Washington, D.C., where they had a problem with the Rock Creek Park. And the deer, they had a problem with there, and they said, let's correct this, but the people like the deer. And how do we politically do this? So they got connected with Camp Lejeune, the Marines, and their sniper fire school, and decided they'd go in at night, and they can do this without any public awareness and start shooting. And they did a really good job, and they're continuing to do it. Pittsburgh right now is doing it as we speak. They got 3 neighborhoods there that are doing the very same thing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's time.
Is that the end?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Teresa Ramirez, to be followed by Mary Ann Hannaham. Hannaman. Teresa Ramirez? No. Mary Ann Hannaham. Sorry, how badly did I mangle your last name? I am so sorry. Pretty bad. Okay.
Okay.
All right, then to be followed by Michael Shea.
And I am totally against this call. I think it's terrible. I just want to do a few points that I think weren't covered yet tonight. A lot of people said a lot of good things against shooting. There's 32 to 40 deer-resistant plants that you can plant. If they, put something in that they don't want to eat, that will deter them. And then the other thing I wanted to address was the Lyme disease that people are worried about. It's a very low probability that you will get Lyme disease from a deer. It takes 34 to 48 hours for the tick to be on your person, on your clothing or whatever, and without you showering or anything, for them to even transfer any kind of bacteria. And the ticks don't get infected from the deer, they get infected from white mice and other rodents. So, I mean, I don't know what people are having a fit about. They don't like fragrant plants, the deer. And I don't know who ate your roses, but they couldn't have been the deer because they don't like roses. There are ultrasonic deer repellent solar new gadgets that have come out to help repel them. And there's also the treacle deer repellent. The other thing is I found out that Middle Belt is not owned by the city of Farmington Hills. It's by Oakland County, takes care of Middle Belt and 10 Mile Road. So I wrote to Oakland County, asked them if they could put up some deer crossing signs to alert the public, and on Middle Belt from 9 Mile to 14 Mile where there are no signs either. And they tell me they don't have enough crashes there to do that. So I don't understand where all these deer crashes are happening, and I think signs up would help alert people, especially between September and December when they are rutting and doing their thing. So I think there's other alternatives available. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Shea to be followed by Sue Garrity. We already had Michael Shea. He had 2 cards. Okay. Sue Garrity to be followed by Floyd Banks.
Hi, my name is Sue Garrity. I'm an 18-year resident of Farmington Hills. As was spoken about before, the results of the 2016 and 2022 citywide deer management surveys were clear. When asked directly about killing deer, a significant majority of our residents did not want hunting in the city, not killing by sharpshooters and not killing by bow hunters. Why then is our Parks Department, with help from the DNR, pushing this hunting as the only solution agenda on us? Why weren't additional non-lethal solutions included in that proposal? I mean, this proposal reads like it was ripped right out of a hunting club manual. No other city in our region is currently managing their deer population by killing them. So why are we considering this at all? I've heard many people tonight, or a number of people tonight, including Mr. Farmer, hide behind the phrase, well, it's the only humane thing to do, just to justify that they're okay with killing deer because of, their landscape plants got eaten, or possibly someone might have a vehicle accident. Wild or tame, the deer are still living beings, and killing them is not humane. I know Mr. Farmer believes that, I can't think of the word, but not allowing them to have, babies is inhumane, but killing them is actually inhumane. Murder is never humane for any reason. I've always believed that we're a city that takes pride in welcoming people from all over, other cities, other states, other countries. We offer them friendly neighborhoods and safe harbor. Your vote tonight will greatly affect what kind of city we will be in the future after tonight. Will this be a city that condones killing? Or are we a city that respects all life? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on, folks. We know the rules by now. Floyd Banks to be followed by Tim Devine. It says Floyd. Oh, that's Tim Devine. Okay. Tim Devine to be followed by Sharon Brown.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. This is a beautiful community. Julie and I have lived here in Farmington Hills for 30 years. Thank you all for being very respectful to one another, even though this issue stirs up some passions. I'm really proud to be in a place where we can talk to each other and disagree, and still be friends and neighbors afterward. So thank you for that. I'm a naturalist. I was a Cub Scout pack leader. I have at least one of my Cub Scouts who spoke tonight, and he and I think, disagree on the end result, but he was very thoughtful, and he raised some points I hadn't thought about. I'm an amateur naturalist. I'm a lifelong hiker in this beautiful state of Michigan, and I spend a lot of time in our beautiful parks, and thank the City Council for supporting our parks so well. They're gems in our community. I'm for the deer. I'm for the deer and for the squirrels and the cardinals and the trillium and the cedar trees and the white pines, and the deer are out of balance. And they need our help. And so does the rest of nature that doesn't have a voice here tonight. And so I think our answer is, as an attorney, I represented a client. I can't tell which client, that wouldn't be right. But they had a proving ground in one of our farm areas. We did everything. I gave them a lot of advice, and they did a lot of really smart things with their science advisors. They built 8-foot, then 10-foot, then 12-foot fence, and we still had the deer. They did every bio possibility, and they still couldn't do it, and we ended up getting a permit from the DNR, and we had to shoot some of the deer. We shot most of them. I think we're going to have to shoot some of these deer to keep the deer healthy and to keep the squirrels and the cardinals and the chipmunks and everything else, our little trillium and our trout lily, our beautiful forests in our beautiful parks in balance. And it's sad. I don't consider myself a killer. My brothers and I grew up shooting guns. We didn't shoot living things, but we shot a lot of flower pots and stuff. I don't think I would shoot a deer, but if that's what we need to do to help the deer, to maintain a safe population, and to help all of our other wildlife that can't speak for themselves, I'm sorry to say I think that's the best solution, and let's try it and see how that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. And Julie Devine, you said you're passing on speaking, yes? Sharon Brown to be followed by Caitlin McHenry.
My family moved into Farmington Township on July 10th, 1957. We own 1.5 acres of property with a stream running through it. We had skunk, opossum, raccoon, foxes, groundhogs, and pheasants on our property. There were no deer. It was about 25 years ago that deer began to roam onto our property. My yard is their turnaround to get back to Heritage Park, and I have between 5 and 10 deer traipsing through my yard every single day. It got up to 19 deer one winter. Not only do they eat the flowers, ground cover, bushes, shrubs, but they also rub their antlers on thin trees, knocking off the bark. Before I mow my lawn, I have to pick up half a grocery bag of feces, and when I do mow it, it's like riding on a bumpy dirt road because their hooves have dug into my lawn during wet weather. I have seen 1 or 2 fawns born each year in my yard, and the mother puts them in my Pakistandra while she wanders off during the day, then trains them to eat in my yard, and I see them return every year with the herd. Alongside the roadside on Orchard Lake Road, there are deer crossing signs. When those deer come running out of the bushes or tree line, you do not see them until it's too late, as my grandson found out as he slowed down to turn into my sub and the deer crashed into the side of his car. We had an instance where a young deer tried to jump over a cyclone fence and ended up hanging upside down, and the police had to shoot it. There was a deer that I assume was hit by a truck in front of my house one evening. It crawled along the route to get back to home, but didn't get very far and died next to my living room. I couldn't figure out why my neighbor's outside light kept going on and off until I looked out the window and saw 2 coyotes gnawing on the carcass. I am definitely for the cull, as we have too many deer. However, as I have said before at council meetings, the DNR needs to do research on developing contraceptives for female deer. Once that's accomplished, the deer could be tranquilized, contraceptives applied, and then an ear tag could indicate that that's been done. The tag would also help to identify the females who have gotten the first dose, and if 2 applications were needed, a second tag could then be applied once that was done. I am for the call. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Caitlin McHenry to be followed by Barbara Williams. Nope. Still, these are Farmington Hills. I don't even have the non-Farmington Hills names yet. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me back here today. I was here a month ago. I'm Caitlin McHenry. I am a MSU Biosystems Engineer, Farmington Hills resident of 26 years, and I'm also a farmer by career. I wanted to say that I'm really thankful that the DNR came out today to share some very valuable information. They're definitely worth taking their opinion into consideration because they are in the field and they have this experience for a career. So with that said, I do want to say that before this plan should move forward, they have a lot of ground to cover, and I think they need to come spend some time in Farmington Hills to evaluate our situation specifically, because we might not reflect every community that they've looked at so far, and especially not the entire state. One reason I think that they need to look at Farmington Hills specifically and that they don't quite know us fully yet is that they mentioned that we don't have predators, and that's definitely not the case. This is what my yard in Farmington Hills sounds like. Yep. And that's not just a fluke thing. We have coyotes on a regular basis. My brother saw a coyote in our yard this morning. So we do have predators. So that is part of the balance that I don't think was considered in this agenda tonight. And further research would be very useful. I think that having biologists out in the fields and Heritage Park to consider the things that they did mention that are very real issues and very important, such as native plants that are growing. And if there is overbrowsing in those native plants, that would be a reason for kind of reducing their population a little bit. But so far tonight, I think the main concern is the overbrowsing of the landscaping, and I've seen no evidence of the actual overbrowsing of our native fauna. So I think that's worth considering as well. And in addition to that, there are many natural ways, or non-lethal ways, that we can manage the deer population. As a farmer, I can definitely tell you that nobody has tried everything yet. It's literally my career to make sure that plants are growing to their fullest potential and manage the deer population as they come. This career is in northern Michigan, where hunting is a regular thing, and we do see drastic reduction in deer population seasonally. And deer are creatures of habit, so even though you reduce population, the ones that remain will still go to what they want. Different plants have different levels of preference from the deer, so different repellent methods may work for some, where not so much for others. So you have to start out at different levels. You start out with the things that don't smell good to the deer. They'll move away. Things that they really love, you have to work your way up. Leave predator scents around. That way the deer feel threatened. If you have something they really, really love, even that's not good enough. You've got to start putting things that spook them, that move. And eventually you have to work your way up to a full physical barrier, whether that's just a physical fence, chicken wire, or even up to an electrical fence. Over the different crops on our farm, we have different phases in place. We have some areas that we have to move up to an electrical fence this season, yet we have other areas that we don't need any barriers at all. It's completely preference. Also, in our community in Farmington Hills, thank you. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thanks for coming. Barbara Williams to be followed by Michelle Kraft.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have lived in Oakland County my entire life. I grew up in Wixom, first 18 years of my life, lived on a 1 mile square area where it was just my house and my next door neighbor's house. Not once did I see a deer. Saw a number of fox, but never a deer. The only time I saw deer was when I'd go up north to visit my uncle's farm, and even then it was kind of a fluke to even see it. The more construction that we have, we're going to see an influx of deer coming out of the woods because they've got no place. We're taking over their places to live. So if we can encourage city council or planning to revitalize the buildings that are already there instead of building new buildings and leaving some of the green spaces for the wild species that we have. We have at least an 8 deer herd in our yard, primarily female. A few years ago, we did see a buck who was lame, and then 2 young bucks who were fighting each other. Not a normal thing to see 3 bucks in the same backyard together. in the last neighborhood that we lived in Independence Commons, didn't have very many deer at all. On the occasion, you'd see a young family, and it was kind of a pretty thing to see. After 20 years of living there, we had probably a herd of a dozen deer, and to the point where couldn't walk our dogs very safely. Children couldn't go out and play to the playground by themselves because the deer, when they had fawns, they would run after you and chase you down the path. All deer are wild. They are not tame. So that was the primary reason why I came to this meeting. And I applaud you for addressing that particular meeting, that flyer that went out. Many of the deer do seem tame because people are feeding them from their backyards, which is considered baiting, really, if you think about it. And that's not allowed. They'd go out and find their own food if it was available. And by the way, if you drive up north and you see the pine trees half eaten, that's because that's the deer eating the pine trees. And pine is not a nutritious thing for them to eat. I am for the call, and I believe that the DNR make the best experts for us to go to.
Thank you. Michelle Kraft, to be followed by Marianne Damon. Sorry? Okay, thank you. Okay, then to be followed by Kimberly Fleming. Is Kimberly Fleming here? Okay. Mary C. Willer. Michelle Peterson. To be followed by Greg Nathanson.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Michelle Peterson. I live in the Colony Park subdivision, and we have a number of deer, many who are in my backyard. I do not support the call. I would ask that we continue to quickly look for alternatives to controlling the deer population. I can appreciate the DNR presentation, but I think we could all poke some holes in some of the data that was presented. So I do think that it is in the city's best interest to perhaps bring in the University of Michigan. That was mentioned in the presentation, to bring U of M in, so they can come into the city. A lady mentioned that, come in to our city. This is an urban city. Many of the communities that were mentioned in the DNR presentation are very rural communities, so I think it was an apple to an orange comparison to look at those situations and that data and compare it to what we're dealing with here. So I would ask that the City Council look to bring in University of Michigan or some other alternative group of people to look at our city in particular and come back with some recommendations, but not take another year to do that. You know, perhaps we give a deadline of 30, 60 days to expedite this, and then come back here and see what we can find. I can appreciate everything that I've heard from neighbors. Many neighbors, you know, are in support because of their own personal situations, and I can certainly support that. But I don't know if any of my neighbors are here, but we have a number of deer. I attend all of our meetings. We have a Facebook page, and I rarely hear anyone complaining about behavior of a deer or, you know, the deer being aggressive and eating up everything in the yard. So I do think, you know, that there are some areas of the city where that's a problem in some particular yards, but I think we need to look at it from a more holistic point of view. So again, I am not in support of the call, and I've been here since 7:30. I'm going home.
Thank you. Please don't tell me how late it is. Greg Nathanson, to be followed by Janice Jeffries.
Good evening, and thank you for the hard work you're doing for the community. I'm against killing of the deer, but that's not what I'm going to talk about tonight. Majority of the residents are against killing of the deer, but that's not what I'm going to talk about tonight. Your two experts here, Chad and Ryan, very bright, very knowledgeable, but biased. And for whatever reason, you're working at a disadvantage because you haven't had the benefit of a couple of experts working with you that have the other biased point of view. But that's not what I'm going to talk about. What I want to talk about is the inevitable lawsuit, which I haven't heard anyone talk about tonight. So what's going to happen, hopefully it won't happen, but by making your decision tonight, you're assuming the risk that if, God forbid, there's a fatality and there's a lawsuit, the city is going to lose, okay? You're going to lose on the foreseeability issue. You're going to lose on the sovereign immunity issue. And you're not going to get a sympathetic jury here. You know, you can't count on that. It could be a very big number. It could be 50 million. It could be 100 million. And then what's that going to do to city services? You're going to have to cut fire. You're going to have to cut police. You're going to have to cut other city services. And then you're going to have to look at the residents and say, well, we're really sorry that your house burned down, but we made this decision, and we decided that killing the deer, for whatever reason, was more important. Or, sorry, we can't help find your stolen car because we had to cut police. Or, sorry, the election isn't running as smoothly as we had hoped because we had to cut election workers. Or whatever critical city services there are, you're going to have to cut them because of this huge lawsuit. So you have to understand that when you make this decision, there's consequences, and there's potentially enormous consequences. And then one day, if God forbid that happens, that's going to be your legacy here. Farmington Hills, a wonderful city, and then you have this huge lawsuit for this foreseeable issue, and the city council is going to have their legacy if that's what they left the city with. So hopefully we do not end up in that situation, and thank you for your time, and I'll cede my other 39 seconds.
Thank you. Janice Jeffries to be followed by Janice Rote in the middle of the line. Duker? Good evening.
Okay, hello. I'm going to make this real quick because we're all tired. Okay, first of all, I'm very surprised when we did have the results of the 2022 survey and we found the majority of people did not want the so-called culling, that city resources were still used for the current study. Second, I don't think the statistics we've heard tonight warrant going ahead on this project. And third, for everyone who has spoken against the so-called culling, or which the rest of us call killing, I have this to say, ditto. End of discussion.
Thank you. Janice Ducker to be followed by James Orr. Mr. Orr to be followed by Gary Pitt. Good evening.
Good evening. First off, I'd like to comment the acoustics are so much better in this room than they are in council chambers in the city hall. I complained about that when I was on the planning commission, and this is so much better. Thank you. I'm Duke Orr. I live on Steel Road near 11 and Drake. I back up to 11 Mile Road. In that area, 11 miles only a mile and a half long. To the east and north of our subdivision in the Rouge River and tributaries and city parks. To the west is the city golf course, Hillside School Woods, and to the south is Independence Commons area. I see deer sleeping in my yard about once a week, but I don't look every night. I don't spend all day watching my backyard, but neither does my dog, but my dog alerts me at least twice a day to deer in my yard. The average number of deer in my yard is probably 3 per sighting. The highest number of deer last winter in one day was 13, followed an hour later by 12, and 4 more about a couple hours after that. Those 29 deer were all traveling to the east, so they're probably not repeat offenders. 4 deer slept in my yard that night. I received a flyer about the tame deer. They're not tame. One tried to trample my 11-year-old 40-pound dog. One chased my neighbor and her dog across the street. I was mowing the grass at the time, and had to take my lawnmower between the deer and the woman so she could get near her door. I had to go back again to allow her to get into the door. I think there might have been a fawn in the shrubbery nearby. My wife had the same problem. She had to walk around the block to get home. The deer wouldn't let her come home. I'm surprised that nobody else has had this. To have 3 incidences in 1 year, I'm surprised nobody else has had an incident that they wanted to talk about. Everybody's vegetation suffers. The number of deer have been devastating. Hostas and tulips are no longer available. They don't eat peonies and daffodils, in case you didn't know that. Everybody knows about the deer ticks. I'm sure they aren't immunized against any other type of infection. Only tame animals are immunized. We talked earlier about there being no natural predators, and yes, we do have coyotes, but a pack of coyotes can live off of 1 deer for an entire winter. So it's not enough to do that kind of, humans have to be the predators. Obviously, here in the city, we can't use standard firearms to reduce our deer population.
Thank you, Mr. Orr.
Thank you.
Gary Pitt to be followed by Janet Dabish. Okay, Gary Pitt, not here. Janet Dabish to be followed by Kimberly Corona. Good evening.
I'm Janet Dabish. Thank you for having us tonight. I know it's very late. I've been in Farmington Hills resident for 39 years. I am for the culling. I watched a deer get hit and killed last week on Middle Belt Road, just south of 10 Mile. At any given time, I can have 8 to 11 deer in my yard. And let me be clear, it's a brick and mortar. It's been here since 1965. We have fences, we have driveways and sidewalks, and it's all cement. They walk down our streets. I had to go out and buy what they call a pooper scooper, and I'm not an animal owner because I couldn't go in my own backyard. I scare them off, I chase them off, I've watched them go after dogs. My neighbors behind me, I watched them hit the fence with their front hoofs. They are not gentle, kind animals. I had a fawn walk into my backyard. Actually, the fawn couldn't even move. It was under a bush and then wandered into my backyard. I had to leave my gate open for 5 days because the animal was trapped in there. So I had others in there. Again, picture, brick and mortar houses, cement, and coyotes, because we also have coyotes on our street. You can hear them. I've heard them attack animals. I can appreciate what everybody is saying. Yes, they're live animals, but when they're having wasting disease, when they're hungry, and I will say, yes, there are lists of 100 or more plants that deers supposedly don't eat. That's all my neighbors and I buy, and I'm not exaggerating when I say in the last 3 years we spent over $1,000 on those plants, and the deer have eaten every single one of them. Every one. Talking about birth control, the cost of birth control, that came up in the last meeting we had with the DNR that Brian and the city council hosted with the prior mayor. At that time, they talked about $1,000 per deer for 1 season, and that a deer will continue to try to get pregnant. It's not like they go into heat, and they will continue. And the instances of having twins and triplets has also grown. So when you think about taking these deer, and that was back in 21, 22. So what is the cost now? Let's be humane. Let's help these animals. Let's get a program in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Corona to be followed by Brenda Cook.
Good evening, Mayor Rich and members of the City Council. As a resident of Farmington Hills, I want to thank you for your public service, and I also saw that you're promoting a native plant sale at City Hall, which I really appreciated. I'm thankful for the neighborhood where I live, and part of what I enjoy about this community is the wildlife. I am sincerely concerned about the possibility of using lethal methods to kill the deer in Farmington Hills and in surrounding areas. Killing deer year after year is not an effective solution in my opinion, and I think it is not effective because of the compensatory repound effect, as other peoples have mentioned. I appreciate the creation of the Southeast Michigan Urban Deer Coalition to be consistent, and I think all these communities should be consistent in using non-lethal methods. As a former humane educator, I taught my students and I discussed how to treat all people, animals, and the environment with compassion and justice. Wildlife are a part of our community, and we have a responsibility to identify ways to peacefully coexist with them. I appreciate many of the concerns that members have mentioned this evening, but I think killing is seems like a simple, quick solution instead of taking the time to do non-lethal methods. There are a number of non-lethal measures that can be taken to reduce deer-human conflicts, which are safer, more humane, and less expensive than lethal methods. We can reduce deer vehicle collisions by cutting back brush where deer travel, using temporary enhanced flashing deer crossing signs, reducing speed limits in deer crossing locations, and building fencing along roads. And I appreciate hearing that you are considering some of these actions. We can protect landscaping by utilizing experts and resources that provide information on how to deer-proof when landscaping. My spouse and I put a fence around our vegetable garden, and we use reflectors to protect our plants, and we have not had a problem. The city can organize a mass mailing of educational brochures developed by other communities such as Rochester Hills to inform residents how to avoid deer vehicle collisions, reduce risk of contracting Lyme disease, the importance of the deer feeding ban, and resources for deer proofing one's garden. And I appreciate that the city has some of these resources on their website already. These strategies are less expensive than lethal methods and can be replicated annually to remind residents and to inform new residents of how we can peacefully coexist with wildlife. And lastly, it has recently come to my attention that an area near where I live, north of Colfax Road and just west of Farmington, is possibly going to be developed. This is a large wooded area where deer live and are not bothering residents. If we continue to destroy their landscaping, we will have deer-human conflicts, but it will be our fault. We have to protect their habitat. I strongly urge you to vote no on killing the deer and instead to put forth a motion to utilize non-lethal methods for safe deer management. I know that you have heard from many people, probably more recently, who want to kill the deer, and that is because the people who love the deer don't think to call the city council and say, I love them. I think the majority of people probably do not want the kill, they just didn't know about it. And I think as more people have heard about it, we've heard more people tonight saying they want non-lethal methods. Again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Brenda Cook to be followed by Arnold Love. Good evening.
I'm Brenda Cook, and I've lived in Farmington Hills for 18 years now. And we do have deer that pass through our backyard. And I put down tame deer, but I realized that they're still wild. You have to realize they're not like your dogs and your cats. We do have fox and coyotes, and I came face to face with a fox who had a bunny rabbit. He's a young fox, so I told him, drop it. And so he dropped it, and he ran a few doors down, and the bunny rabbit went back to wherever it came from. I think that a good way of doing it, we have 3 males that we see probably once a month, not too often. If we could just neuter those 3 males that come through our area, that might take care of most of the problem. And I've seen like videos where a deer is running through a yard and he's got an arrow in the side because it didn't kill him. And I don't want a deer running through my yard and collapsing and bleeding out because that arrow went through him and broke off. I think that again, neutering the males would take care of a lot of the problem. I also kind of, on a side note, people are putting like rat poison down, and that kills the hawks and the owls, because hawks, the owls, and the possums, they eat the mice, they follow them back to their den. But when you put rat poison down, what it does is it kills the mice, and then when the hawks and the owls come in to get their food, and they'll eat over 100 little mice in a month's time, then you end up taking the natural ways of killing, of keeping things under control. And then what you'll end up with are rats, pit bulls, and stray cats. And that's your new wildlife. I think having the deer in here, deers, bunnies, chipmunks, although those little critters, possums, which actually are not from the rat family, they're from the raccoon family with the, not the raccoon, they're from the old kangaroo family with their little pouches, and squirrels and ducks and geese and in their poop, and groundhogs, which you see them running around and chasing each other's tails. These are things you won't see in a populated city where they have the houses all stuck together, and you come to Farmington Hills because you kind of like that way of living in that life. Thank you.
Ms. Cook. Arnold Love to be followed by Jackie Ford. Arnold Love. Okay, Jackie Ford with an assist, to be followed by Denise Lurkey. You're welcome.
But the meeting was important to me. Well, thanks for everybody hanging in there. I'm going to be very direct. As I sit here and I listen and I observe, everybody has a story. One is on one end of the pendulum, and the other is on the other end. I understand we have our own experiences, we have our own challenges, but what we need to do is hone in on facts. I believe that herd management is really the objective here. Now, how we get there, why is it that I hear or heard from our illustrious researchers that the only solution is kill? That doesn't make sense to me. I think that there's enough smart people here who will assess and accumulate the facts, take the time to come up with a solution that's not either extreme. Don't keep all the deer, meaning they need help, but don't kill them either. That's not the solution. I sat before my TV approximately a month ago, and I saw a 3-hour PBS special about wild horses in California. Same thing. Do we cut the herd? Do we kill them? Do we sell that meat for dog food? Or how do we manage the herds? And they're doing it through conservation, but also through giving them injections like we would do for humans for preventive, so that the females don't get pregnant and the males don't reproduce. How come we can't come up with some kind of solution like that? I believe we still have work to do. I'm not against what's already been done, but let's do the work before we come to a final decision. When is the vote going to be for you to make on this? Because somebody asked me and I couldn't tell them. When do you plan to vote on the decision of the deer?
So this is not an interaction, but this is before us tonight.
So you're going to vote tonight? Well, I hope I've said enough to you to at least put one element of concern or doubt that you need to take the time and do the right thing to develop the proper research, the proper solutions, so that when you make the decision, you're making it based on facts. That's the only thing I'm asking for. I thank you. Okay?
Thank you. All right. Denise Lurkey. Denise Lurkey to be followed by Pamela Santo. Yep.
Thank you very much for addressing this issue. I'm a hospice nurse assistant, And during COVID, I had seen beyond what anybody would see in death. I worked in a COVID unit, and I would come home in tears, and I would sit on my deck to process the day. And I would watch the baby deer in my backyard, and I would breathe. And I would appreciate the life that I was watching and the peacefulness of the deer in my yard. And we just would sit there together and breathe. And each year, I don't know if it's the same deer that come back, if it's the new babies that have grown up having their own babies in my backyard, but my backyard has become a nursery. And it is a safe haven for these deer because I have no dogs, unlike most of my neighbors, but they don't really do any damage. They're not aggressive. And in my yard, I have lilacs, Rosa Sharon, hostas, forsythias, and they do nibble on them. They don't decimate them, and they grow back every year. I buy flowers, I don't plant them. I keep them on my deck, and they leave them alone. I enjoy my begonias that are in my pots on my deck, and we have a balance in my yard. And I just, I understand about the deer population growing. I do get that. But where I work in Livonia, they have a deer problem also, and they're talking about the same thing. And there was a while back, there was some conversations between the two cities about, addressing this problem together as Oakland County, Livonia, and Farmington Hills. But when I'm in my patients' rooms, and we have a big piece of property, I work at Angela Hospice, the patients are dying. There's nothing for them to do. There's no activities. It's not an assisted living place. And we look out our window together, me and my patients, and we see the life outside the window. And the deer come up because they have bird feeders. I don't feed the deer in my yard, and I don't put bird seed out in my yard either. I don't attract them to my yard. I don't keep them in my yard by feeding them. But I will say that that does attract them, on the property that I work. So between work and my home, yes, I see a lot of deer between Livonia and Farmington Hills. But they can be a blessing of life in a moment of death. And I don't agree with bow and arrow hunting. I think that it is a cruel way. I mean, I can't imagine what it must feel like to get hit with an arrow, no matter how
Ms.
big it would
Lurkey.
be. And I
Thank
just
you.
hope that.
Thank you. That's time.
Okay, I
Thank
just
you.
hope there's a better solution.
Pamela Santo to be followed by Tom Progar. Okay, no Pamela Santo. Okay, Tom Progar to be followed by Cass Howell. Sorry. Yep. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We need an unbiased approach to deer management, but the person put in charge of coming up with a solution, Brian Farmer, is an advocate for bow hunting. So it's no surprise that is his one and only recommendation to solve this problem. And he went through a lot of information in his presentation, but in the same survey, he failed to mention that 61% of residents do not support the use of bow hunting as a management tool. So that shows a lot of bias. Bow hunting statistically is not the safest option, and if there's a lawsuit, as we talked about earlier, that could be a major problem. The other proposed lethal option are trained sharpshooters, which would be very expensive year in and year out, with little guarantee that shooting deer in the parks will solve the problems of the people who have talked about problems in their own backyards. While shooting deer temporarily reduces the number, populations quickly bounce back. The remaining deer compensate with higher birth rates and survival rates as long as there is food. Brian Farmer said this. After 17 years of deer calling, the city of Stevens Point, Wisconsin determined that the deer population was roughly the same as it is. If the call proceeds, there's a good chance that it will be done for a number of years with little success and a lot of expense, only to be discontinued, just like Stevens Point, Rochester Hills, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and other cities. Distracted driver violations are on the rise, as they increased 10% in 2023 and increased by 24% among young drivers, who are the most likely to be involved in deer car accidents. Distracted driving is a significant factor in traffic crashes. A better solution for reducing deer accidents and deer management in general would be addressing distracted drivers, improving lit road signage, which was talked about, better lighting in streets and traffic areas. We could make a real effort to let residents know about the deer feeding ban and enforce this ban, since not one citation has been given yet. Lastly, about the environment, in protecting the pollinators, it's just so frustrating. I live on 9 in Farmington. I see one commercial property go up after another, for sale, and now another wooded area is going to be decimated. But now we're concerned about the pollinators and the environment. It's just, and lastly, it was mentioned, 2 deer complaints per month. That is not the problem that you're making out to be.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Cass Howell, to be followed by Charles, oh boy.
Hi.
Can't even, any guesses?
Hi, and thank you.
Hi.
The first thing I want to say is that deers have been on this land since the Ice Age, before human beings, okay? This is their land. There's got to be a better way to deal with this, all right? And I've lived in Farmington Hills for over 30 years, and I lived on Brittany Street, way at the end by Heritage Park, and my friend with Jesse. And Jesse and I, one morning, he comes banging on my bedroom door. "Get up, Cass, get up." I thought the house was on fire. And he makes me rush to the 5th bedroom and look out the window, and there were 19 deers. And he goes, "Look at how beautiful that is." And I said, "Oh my gosh, Jesse, really? It is gorgeous." Okay, I'm so glad he got to see that, because he died in my arms 3 hours later, okay? And he was 70 years old, right? I'm pushing 70 right now. Okay, so he got to see that. Now, my granddaughters, which are graduating from the high school now, and my daughter bought a house about 10 years ago in Farmington Hills. Actually, I got it for them, okay? Their backyard is beautiful. The trees are beautiful. The deer sleep underneath the trees, the whole family, okay? I live by the ice arena now. The deers are gorgeous over there. During COVID, when I was over there, they were ill. Okay, if you have to do this, if that's what you vote for, take out the elderly, the sick ones. Don't take these young, healthy bucks out now for their meat. Nobody's starving in Farmington Hills. Don't do that, okay? All righty? Please, do what's right, okay? They're beautiful creatures, and I appreciate you allow, just a first, I feel like I'm at a kid's high school council meeting, okay? Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Okay, Charles, who lives on Turtle Creek. Okay, not here. Russ Ragone, followed by Stephen Cleary. Are you Russ or Stephen?
Russ Ragone.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to be direct as best I can. A lot of the reasons why I came here tonight were already answered with the flyer and everything else. Thank you for all the information. Couple things that I want to just state. Deer complaints, I mean, 180 complaints. It's like, there's an ordinance against, walking your dog with a leash. How many complaints do you get for that? Because there's tons of people that don't put the leash on their dogs. Deer, you can't make a statistic from something that's optional that most people aren't going to do. Car accident statistics, I can't believe people are arguing about, oh, there's only 166 car accidents with deer over the last 7 years. I mean, and then there's the surveys in 2022 or 2020, whenever those were, and 60% of the residents didn't want culling. Ask the people that had car accidents, their children were in car accidents, or maybe there weren't any deaths in those 166 accidents, but I guarantee you there were injuries. Ask those people if, divided out and there's less than 1% chance in over 7 years that your son or daughter is going to get in a car accident because of a deer. Coyotes. I can't believe it took until the second session for anyone to bring up coyotes. I hear coyotes from my yard all the time. And the reason why you get coyotes is because of overpopulation. The more deer that come in with less predators, you're going to get more coyotes. I mean, you talk about, natural predators and nature making its own way. That's what's going to happen. Then we're going to have a bigger problem because there's going to be more coyotes coming in because there's more deer. We need to have the cull. I'm not necessarily for the cull in general. I am a hunter. I prefer something that's a slower paced, killing deer. Yes, it is killing, but doing it where, each hunter is benefiting from the meat or donating the benefit of the meat to food kitchen. But a cull is what's needed because it's quicker. It's probably the cheapest solution because we're talking about only 2 to 5 days per year. It's not going to be expensive to do a cull 2 to 5 days per year versus contraception. $1,000 in 2022, which is probably $3,000 today per deer every single year. City council would have to have some sort of a city vote or something like that to pass that kind of money. So the quickest solution to get to the deer population controlled so that our kids are safe in their cars is to have a cull. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Cleary to be followed by Christine Lesser. Stephen Cleary? Christine Lesser? Michelle Nawal to be followed by Eric Scott. Good evening.
Good evening.
And you are?
Christine Lesser.
Great, thank you.
There's one topic that hasn't been brought up. I know currently in Farmington Hills, the either official or unofficial protocol when a deer dies in your yard is that the police are called and the police will come out and take the deer to the street, and then DPW will pick up the deer. And so with the culls and archery being used, if a deer stays alive for an hour or so and ends up dead in one of our yards, what will the protocol be? Will law enforcement have to devote more time and more funding for law enforcement to take care of the deer situation? The other thing I wanted to mention is I live in Wood Creek, and we have a master gardener in our neighborhood, and we have a lot of deer with turkeys and a lot of other animals. And there's a lot of different plants that we've planted, and we don't have issues with the deer, and we have quite a few of them. So there's a lot of strategies that can be used. A lot of people that are here, you look at the population of Farmington Hills and then the number of people that have had issues, with their plants and their landscaping. So I think really a good strategy to help people, like having a master gardener that can tell people what to plant and when to plant and how to protect their plants would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Nawal to be followed by Eric Scott.
Hello. I'm just here to say that I strongly oppose the deer culling, and I hope that you guys vote no. I am a very passionate person about deer. I really like them, and I do not want to see them all killed. And I believe that a big problem is the overdevelopment of every square inch of the city in the last 10 years or so. There's nowhere for them to go. And now you guys are saying, oh, well, there's a problem because there's too many. If you take away every little bit of wooded areas, there's nowhere for them to go anymore. So please don't just develop every little bit that we have. There's not very much left in the city, and everything that I love about the city, it seems like it's being taken away. So I hope that you guys vote no and think of another solution, such as birth control options. There's other options available, so please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Scott to be followed by Debbie Kastner. Eric Scott? Nope. Debbie Kastner? To be followed by Jonathan Jackson. And then I'd like the list from non-Farmington Hills, please.
Hello.
Good evening.
I like living in Sherwood Forest. I have a herd of deer that crash on my lawn every night, almost every night, and we have a deal. They don't poop in my yard, they can stay. It works. I agree with the gentleman in the council here that I think the solution is more, can be resolved more by informing the public, to coexist with these animals. Because basically, with my herd, they have no place else to go. Construction down the street destroyed where they used to live. So we need to learn to coexist with these animals. And I mean not just deer, but all the animals, except the skunks. Okay. And that should be something discussed with the city council. But again, informing the public, don't bury it on a website, okay? Make a hard copy, send it out with the tax assessment so people know what to do, how to deal with animals. They're not ignorant. That and common sense. You have people, collisions, deer horns, okay? I've had deer horns in my car for over 40 years. Deer horns are whistles that are so high-pitched that only deer can hear them. And traveling down 96 towards 696 over in the Novi area, or up to Gaylord, traveling I-75, I have actually seen deer move off the freeway, back up. They perk their heads up, they back right up. You can buy them on Amazon for less than $7. Or you can make a deal with Amazon, City Council, and send them out with the tax assessments too. There's also the problem, Lyme disease. We've always had ticks. I do rescue Dobermans. I adopt rescue Dobermans, and I have never seen a tick. I go out every year, because I have woods on my property, and I will just use a granular insecticide and just broadcast it through the yard. The animals in my yard are tick-free, they're healthy, and it works. Again, people, saying pollinators. I was sitting on my porch last night watching at least 10 huge bumblebees.
Thank you, Ms.
buzz
Kastner.
around. So, thank you.
Jonathan Jackson to be followed by James Suave? I guess that's you. Jonathan Jackson? Okay. Then to be followed by Dave Winkler. That's the last of the Farmington Hills folks, and then we'll move on to other cities.
I've lived in Farmington Hills for 36 years, right across the street. Right across the street on Rollcrest. I've watched the deer population go from just about 0 to bang now, where we see 20 in the yard every day. I support the deer cull. I think we've done a lot of work in the last 10 years, and it would be a shame to get to this point and decide to delay it again. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Dave Winkler. To be followed by Monica Sipe, if she's still here. And if not, Monique Balaban. Okay. Good evening.
Yeah, Dave Winkler. I've moved to Farmington in 1959. I'm currently familiar with the deer on Orchard Lake between 10 and 11 Mile, which you all should be very familiar with that area. There's 2 deer crossing signs on Orchard Lake. There's one in front of City Hall, and there's one down near 10 Mile. The one near 10 Mile was planted right behind a maple tree. And I don't know if you know that. I would think studying this for 10 years, you'd be paying attention to that. And then recently, a couple of years ago, another sign, some kind of a memorial dedication, maybe claiming the road as in memory of an officer or something. This sign was placed about 40 feet in front of the deer crossing sign, so it's pretty hard to see that sign. I do trim the tree. I've done it about 3 times in the last 10 years, but I think you could pay a little more attention to what's going on, rather than just sticking up a big sign in front of City Hall. Why don't you move it out by OCC, where there's a natural deer cross, a lot of land and a lot of deer cross there, but there's no sign there. And you've turned Orchard Lake Road into a freeway exit ramp. People drive 50, 60 miles an hour all the time. Nobody does 45. I'd like to see you bring that down to 40 miles an hour. You go down to Farmington, it's 35. And that's a short distance to Grand River. All the rest of the roads in Farmington are 25 miles an hour. So if you want to do something about accidents, slow the road down, slow the people down. I don't think we have a deer problem. I think we have a people problem.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Winkler.
If you don't want your plants eaten, don't continue to buy hostas. Don't continue to buy arborvitae. Get a red cedar. Boxwood are evergreens. There's bloodroot. There's ferns. Just open your eyes, widen your variety. Take some time to study. These guys, they do good at their work, I suppose, but we need study. We need alternatives. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. And Assistant City Manager, could you maybe check that address for the sign placement? Thank you. Okay, Monica Sipe to be followed by Monique Balaban, to be followed by Himant Shah and Michelle DeMaria, and that's the end of the cards.
Hi, my name is Monica Sipe. Good evening, Mayor Rich and council members, or it might be morning already. So I'm here, please don't kill the deer. Please use humane solutions. Whenever there's human versus animal conflict, it's always the animal that loses. We should teach tolerance towards wildlife and learn to adapt ourselves. There's many benefits to having deer, from supporting natural ecosystems to outdoor enthusiasts. But where are those studies? I only see a one-sided presentation. Where is a biological study showing that mass killing deer, what it does to them, killing the young and the old, the healthy and the ill? Regarding the crashes, I dove into the data from the March 24th presentation, and it only shows the ones involving deer, not the full picture. Using the same data source, 94% of the crashes did not involve deer. Drilling down into Farmington Hills, deer crashes were less than 6%. In 2023, there were 144 crashes involving deer out of a total of 2,484 crashes. And it appears that roads of 45-mile-per-hour speed limits, as the prior gentleman mentioned, had the most crashes. And then regarding the Meridian Township success, supposedly, the non-deer crashes went down 18% too. So maybe there were other factors that were lowering the crashes in general. And then regarding Ann Arbor, they did a 5-year deer kill, and then they stopped. And I'm not sure if anybody spoke to them about why they actually stopped. That was 5 years ago. So lowering the speed limit, maybe doing road diets based on traffic studies, using the signs, being extra alert at dawn and dusk, knowing if there's one deer near the road, there's probably another one, and researching in general why there's so many crashes will help safety. There's more lasting damage done by spraying pesticides and fertilizers over all the lawns, gardens, and yards than by the deer. They're toxic chemicals that's polluting our ground, air, water, killing the pollinators, birds, and animals. The new development in Farmington Hills is causing a lot of fragmentation. They have nowhere to go. Last month, a waiver of 60 trees was just granted. So the deer are going to be killed during the night out of sight because nobody wants to see them killed. Then the dead deer will be field dressed in the parks and possibly residential backyards. Hunting will have deer crossing backyards before they die and field dressed at that spot. Bow hunting makes suffering and bleeding out even worse. Some hunters are even haunted by seeing them struggle to live. There are proven studies that deer kills do not work and will lead to an increase in deer. They are not a long-term solution. Killing the deer year after year is an endless, cruel, and expensive cycle. Please seek humane solutions, do studies on the benefits of deer, and please don't kill the deer in Farmington Hills. Thank you.
Monique Balaban, to be followed by Hemant Shah.
As a member of the Deer Management Advisory Committee for Rochester Hills for 12 years, and with a great deal of science, research, what DNR presented is not sound science. You rely only on the biased advice of the DNR, whose only recommendation is to kill deer to resolve deer-human conflict. DNR lied. The Nicola scientific study clearly showed sterilization is effective to reduce population, and PZP immunocontraception and Gonacon has also been proven to be effective. During the last 10 years, the city staff has been misleading the residents with wrongful claims that allege overpopulation of deer. If the city was so concerned about deer overpopulation, why hasn't there been a deer population count for 10 years? The last deer count was in 2022, which continued to drop from previous years. If the city was concerned about high deer vehicle crashes over the last 10 years, why have you not established a comprehensive traffic safety plan to reduce deer vehicle crashes, such as the effective portable deer warning signage in Rochester Hills? If the city was so concerned about the opinion of residents on how they feel seeing deer, why have you deliberately manipulated the 2022 SEMCOG public survey results? You failed to mention 73% of the residents enjoy seeing the deer, and only 31% regard them as a nuisance. Also, the city's 2016 public survey concluded, as stated before, a majority of residents were against the use of archery hunting and firearm sharpshooting to resolve their deer concerns. It's clear why you are not interested in taking another public opinion survey. If the city is so concerned about the health risk for Lyme disease, which is not caused by deer, and it was never answered tonight, why haven't you educated the residents on how to protect themselves and reduce the risk of Lyme disease? There are absolutely no scientific studies showing deer transferred chronic waste disease or other claimed diseases to humans. Therefore, there is no health risk. If the city is so concerned about landscape and garden damage, why have you not educated and put all these items online, because yours is very limited, on educating the residents of the extensive variety of deer-resistant plants? Also, deer repellents such as tricho, which is long-term rain-resistant that protects flowers, shrubs, and trees even through winter and is cost-effective. The DNR's recommendation of a deer slaughter has no science, as is required by law to conclude that killing deer will reduce any deer conflict with residents. This slaughter is ineffective in reducing a deer population for the two reasons already mentioned. First, the deer will be removed, and other deer from surrounding areas will immigrate to forage for food. And second, the remaining deer will rebound quickly with twins and triplets. The DNR has been slaughtering deer annually for decades in public parks without any success in reducing a deer population.
Thank you. Hemant Shah to be followed by Michelle DeMaria. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens. My name is Himan Shah, and I live in Livonia, and I am also part of Jain Society, Jain Temple, located in Farmington Hills. I stand here today on behalf of those who believe in compassion, coexistence, and rational governance. The city proposes to reduce the deer population through the lethal gunner shootings, a measure that is both inhumane and unjustified. Today was one of my saddest days in my life. When I was driving to my work, when I heard on the radio, the city of Farmington Hills want to reduce the deer population by method of archery. And you know what the reason they were telling? Well, this sport is diminishing, and it is now people will have a more interest and more people will enjoy. It is not an enjoyment by taking someone's life. Animals also have an equal right, just like we have a right to live. And also today, what the data what we seen here and presented here, I was a manager at Ford Motor Company. I am a professional licensed engineer. And if this data, if I go and present to my management, they will say, Himan, please don't come tomorrow. Have a fresh study. They will tell me, have a fresh study. And I request humbly, if there is a cost associated with another fresh study, if there are 50 signs need to be put on the road of the city of Farmington Hills, or if there is an education, we will sponsor it. We will be the part of the Farmington Hills, but please stop this inhumane way of killing the animals. Please give them a second chance to live with the society. And please, if we are going to take this shortcut of killing the animals, what we are going to teach to our kids? If we do not agree with somebody, just kill and do some things. This is like we are talking about violence. We are talking about non-violence. And just like on Easter Monday, when you were at the temple, Pope Francis died. The guy who fight for the poor people, people whose rights are taken away. We need to work very intelligently, very smartly, with a big open heart. Let live and other animals or any human being or any animals, we need to live how to live with the coexistence. And finally, I urge the City Council to reconsider this brutal proposal. Let Farmington Hills lead with heart, not with a harm. Thank you very much. And we will be very, very proud to sponsor any expenses which are going to occur as an individual as well as our society for education and the sign. Thank you.
All right, folks. Michelle DeMaria. Is that you? Good evening.
Sorry, I might have to go back and forth between a few of my devices here to get all of my information out. So
And I have no further cards after this.
Huh? Oh, am I the last one?
You're it.
Oh my God, all right. Okay, well, I wanted to start with just a little story for you guys, and that is about a beautiful albino deer who used to live in the Kensington Metro Park back in 2015. This was a beautiful, rare white albino deer, and people were doing news stories on him and stopping by the park to see him. And in 2015, they did a sharpshooting event where they hired experts to come into the city park to cull the deer, and they were told under no circumstances are you to shoot this white deer. He's very special. Well, he was shot and he was killed. And sharpshooters said, well, they couldn't really tell that it was him because they couldn't tell his white fur against the white snow, so it was really hard to identify him when they were doing their shooting. And these are expert sharpshooters. So that leads me to question how a white coat on white fur or on a white snow would be that hard to decipher by an expert sharpshooter. So it also leads me to believe, what are the chances that this could happen to somebody who doesn't have the luxury of being all white and, accidentally shooting a pet or a child or somebody, in this situation. We also have the the honor right now of having our own white deer in Farmington Hills, beautiful albino female deer, and I'm hoping that she doesn't meet that same fate. So I think that, you know, the DNR has a long history of supporting causes by hunters and shooting and hunting, and when I was researching, trying to find out whatever happened to this deer, I was able to find out that the meat was donated, the hide was thrown away, but I wasn't able to find out what happened to his head. And I'm just wondering, you know, even though they're supposed to be unbiased and not looking to, you know, get trophies, if this deer's head might be on somebody's wall that was there that day for that call. So that's my first point. I'm going to have to read off my sheet for my other points. I'm sorry, but I can't see. But my second point is that 85% of residents in the city have indicated that they enjoy seeing the deer in our community in Farmington Hills in its own survey. So I'm not really sure how we got to this point or why we're even considering something like this. My next point is that bias does exist, whether it be conscious or unconscious, it exists. And while I appreciate the work that Mr. Farmer's done on this subject and commend his acknowledging in the beginning of this project that he may not be the right candidate to lead this project, I'm not sure how we can possibly believe that with all of his research and data that he's not presenting something in a biased nature. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, here's the part where it goes to council for conversation. And so, who on council would like to speak? Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
You were the first one to raise your hand.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. It's been a long night, and appreciate everyone who did stick with it, still being here. So I want to make a few points here, and sorry, I've got a lot to say. I'll try to talk fast. First, I just want to comment on some things that have been said. I've heard a lot that the deer were here first, and that we invaded their territory, that we have taken over the land that, you know, they were living on within the past years. So I just want to say here that Farmington has been a built-out community for many years now. Yes, we do have some new subdivisions going in here and there. I'm not denying that. But by and large, the majority of our large subdivisions were built from the 1950s to the 1990s. I'll ask you all, what age is your house? I would say the majority of people here are in homes that were built prior to 2000. And if you talk to long-term residents, and I've received numerous emails on this, we all have, and unfortunately it became impossible to respond to everyone. We've gotten so many emails. But if you talk to the long-term residents, and many of them spoke tonight, they will say that they hardly had any deer in their lawns prior to 2000, that this population has exploded really since 2000, even more since 2010 and so forth. I just want to read a couple of the comments. Here's someone who emailed me. I have lived in the area, I'm repeating what they said, for 50 years. This is a long-term resident, and in this house for 38. It used to be I would be excited to see deer in the area parks, but now I am seeing 6 in my yard a day. It feels like the last few years the deer are taking over. I've got comments here, residents from 46 years, 23 years, 30 years, all long-term residents. They all say the same thing. I've never seen anything like the current population and its continued unchecked growth. The deer population in our neighborhood is a constant struggle. We see larger and larger herds every year. I think enough people have spoken or emailed us and spoken over the past 10 years to this council. This is not a new issue. We've been hearing from people for many, many years on this. I've been receiving emails on calls on this for a long time. And a lot of people who have lived here have said for many years that the deer population continues to grow. And it's not because we have taken over all their land.
I've been here 28 years. All right.
Okay, you had your chance, and I'm not saying,
Ma'am, don't make me ask you to
and
leave.
I said earlier, We are having some new subdivisions.
You are out of order, ma'am.
But for the most part, this community has been developed 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I had one resident who said, and the other issue we heard a lot tonight is about landscaping. I had one resident say that he's lived here for most of his life other than 6 years when he lived in Milford. He's living on the property that his grandparents owned and in the house his parents built. His grandparents used to have a garden and grow fruit trees. He's owned the house for 46 years. He tried to have a garden in 2020, and he's trying to grow apple, pear, and other fruit trees just like his grandparents did, but he can't. He has deer every day, as many as 22 on his property. He says he has more deer here than when he lived on a 7.5 acre property that backed up to Kensington Park in Milford. Numerous other emails from people that have talked about that they've tried everything, they've tried to fence them out, it doesn't work. One person said they spoke to an arborist who said that in the winter months, when the deer are more desperate for food, they eat the evergreens because there's less nourishment and there's less foods available for them, and the evergreens have less nourishment in them, and so that they have to eat more of the evergreens. And that's why some of these evergreens are being devastated to the extent that they are. Another person has a video of a large buck snapping a 1.5-inch diameter branches from their 30-foot tall white pine. Another person writes the bucks kill 2 to 3 trees on their property just from rubbing them in the rut. So numerous people have responded about that. We've talked about the damage at Heritage Park. Now, is it just from the deer? Possibly not, but we do know that that deer are causing a problem in Heritage Park. And by the way, we don't spray pesticides in Heritage Park, so the pesticides are not what's causing the issue in Heritage Park. It's gotten so bad that now the study that was done by biologists, by the way, are recommending that we actually do a controlled burn to get rid of the invasive species. Because when the deer eat the native plants and the saplings, the only thing that can survive is the invasive species. Another issue is the ticks and the Lyme disease that can be spread by the ticks. Another issue that came up tonight is the road accidents. We know for a fact that DPW is seeing more carcasses on the side of the road every year. Many of the deer accidents don't get reported, but we do know we're seeing more carcasses. And additionally, not every deer dies immediately. Many of them are able to run into a neighboring yard, and then that homeowner has a dead deer in their yard. They have to figure out how to drag it to the street, or they have to hire someone to do it so that DPW can come pick it up. I've had residents email me that they've had these injured deer in their backyard. We heard it more tonight as well. You know, I had someone say that if someone hits a deer, it must be a bad driver, okay? That is just not the case. The deer can jump out of a bush, behind a tree, when it's dusk, when it's morning. It's just simply not the case that anyone that has a deer accident is a bad driver. The deer can come out very quickly, and sometimes when you have cars around you, there's not much you can do. And you hit the deer, and yes, people do get injured from and potentially die from hitting the deer. Another comment that was heard tonight quite a bit was sterilization and birth control, and can't we try that? I mentioned earlier that sterilization was banned in 2018 based on what happened in Ann Arbor. What happened in Ann Arbor was only a trial anyways. They got permission from the DNR from a trial. The DNR mentioned that birth control is not allowed because the drugs that are needed for birth control are actually not on the approved list by the Michigan Department of Agriculture because they are considered a pesticide. Other people mentioned sprays such as liquid fencing, a liquid fence. There are a variety of sprays out there, sprays out there, and they're deterrents, but what happens is eventually if the deer are hungry enough, they don't care. They just eat it. And also the sprays are not always practical. You can't spray 24/7, the rain washes it off. I've heard from many people that go away from the weekend, they come home and everything is eaten because it rained over the weekend and it washed off. It's hard to spray arborvitaes and large pine trees that we're hearing, the deer are eating. Deer-resistant plants came up tonight, and yes, there are some that the deer like less than others. They usually start in the spring with the ones they like the best. By August, they're eating the ones that they don't like as much because they've already gone through the ones that they like. Especially the fawns will pretty much eat anything. Begonias, impatiens, geraniums, and yes, even marigolds, any sort of annual that you buy at a nursery, they will eat them all. I've seen the evidence of it and had many emails with people showing videos of it. Fencing came up a lot tonight. In the city of Farmington, south of 10 Mile, I had someone from Farmington say that in all their years of living there, up until recently, they never had a deer. They're smaller homes, smaller lots, fencing there. They are now seeing deer in their backyard in the city of Farmington. I've seen deer in the city of Farmington as well. I had one lady say that the deer are walking on her front porch to try to get around the fence, to get to her plants. Many HOAs don't even allow fencing, especially in the front yard, because they don't believe it's attractive. Imagine if every house had a fence in the front yard. And I'm not talking about a short decorative 4-foot fence. They don't work. A deer is able to easily jump a 6-foot fence, doesn't even need a running start. They can easily jump an 8-foot fence as well with a little bit of a running start. As the DNR said, you really need a 10-foot fence if you really want to keep them out. I've had it suggested we should put fences up alongside our roadways to prevent the deer accidents. That's not actually very practical. And also, can you imagine what our city would look like if we had fencing up along all our roads and in everyone's front yards in order to, keep the deer out? I talked to a local landscaping business in Farmington Hills. They have a 6-foot wall behind their property. The deer jump it regularly. They now have to try to wrap everything on their, wrap their trees. They've lost thousands of dollars in damage from the deer. Another nursery in the area has an issue with the deer coming in at night and eating their plants. They've also lost thousands of dollars due to damage. As far as a ban on feeding, the city does have a ban on feeding. And when a neighbor actually does complain, a lot of neighbors don't want to complain on each other. They want to get along with their neighbors. I get it. When they do complain, the city does go out and they do notify the person to stop feeding the deer. They put a notice on the door if the person's not home. I've witnessed it. They are doing it. They are trying to enforce it. I've also heard we should lower our speed limits. In Michigan, we have the Michigan Uniform Traffic Code, which is a set of rules and regulations governing traffic and vehicle operations in Michigan. It's a comprehensive document that provides guidelines for driving, parking, and other traffic-related activities. It sets the guidelines for traffic speeds based on the type of road. The reason we have this in Michigan is because we don't want traffic signs and speed limits to be different in every community, because that's what causes accidents. We want people to know when they go to Farmington Hills, when they go to West Bloomfield, where they go to Detroit, that similar types of roads have similar speed limits. They don't want cities making their own speed limits, like lowering them at dusk and dawn or in certain areas because there's more deer. Because again, this is what leads to accidents with inconsistent speed limits. So that isn't necessarily a possibility to lower the speed limits in certain areas or at dusk to dawn. We already talked about the misleading postcards, so I'm not going to mention that. We already talked about the fact deer simply are not tame, and that this call is not putting families at risk. We are not going onto private property without permission, unlike what the flyer said. People are not going to be walking down the streets with guns, randomly shooting people. And also, when we talked about the safety, how this would be done by sharpshooters, and also with bow and arrows, how they're shooting from above. It's at a very close range when you use a high-powered bow and arrow. The arrow doesn't travel very far. even with a clean shot, the most a deer can even run is 50 to 100 feet. It's not enough to even run into someone with a clean shot to the heart. These are experienced hunters that are able to make those clean shots from up high. Another thing is Rochester Hills. Everyone keeps talking about Rochester Hills. So it's very misleading to say that Rochester Hills is controlling the population with non-lethal methods and that they're working, because the fact is Rochester Hills has a deer overpopulation issue. And they really aren't doing anything other than the signs that they put up saying that this is a high deer accident area. That to me isn't managing the population, and it's not humane to basically recognize that this is an area where we have a lot of deer accidents that puts the deer at risk as well as the humans at risk. So, based on that, I love the deer. I think they're beautiful. I have many in my yard every day, but I also want a healthy deer population. And I believe the best way to keep the deer healthy, to keep the ecosystem healthy, to allow people to have beautiful yards and maintain the home values of their home, to keep residents safe, to keep insurance rates down. For many reasons, I do think it's necessary for humans to manage the deer population in a way that's healthy for the residents and the deer. And for that reason, I am going to support the resolution.
All right. Okay, order. If you cannot refrain from speaking, then please leave the room. Okay, who would like to?
Oh, I'm happy to tell you. I realize I'm not going to please everyone with this vote, but I believe I have to do what's in the best interest of the long-term vision and health of this city. So,
Everybody, please, let's maintain order. I know it's been a long night. We've all sat here quietly and listened to all of you attentively. Thank you. All right, Mr. Aldred.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing all your comments this evening. It's very important we listen to one another respectfully. And I actually think it's important that we understand that we may have different opinions on this, but actually a lot of us have very similar motivations. People want to have a beautiful environment to live in. They appreciate the wildlife around them. They want to retain and maintain the reasons why they love Farmington Hills, the reasons why you came to live here, the reasons why you choose to stay here. And those things I think are common on both sides of this argument. You want to live in a beautiful environment. May have different opinions on this particular topic, but I think it's important to retain that respectful listening to one another. I'm going to try and keep this brief. Thank you, Councilmember Knoll, for your comments. I think, first of all, we have an increasing deer population issue. We do. I don't think that's in question. I think some of those comments over the years have reinforced that issue. The deer population is increasing. So the question is this a problem? That's the question. A couple of primary areas of concern that have been discussed over many weeks and have been brought up tonight. One is the deer vehicle collisions, and is that a problem? Well, the number of deer carcass pickups has increased by a factor of 3 over the last 10 years. So again, an indication of increasing population is reflected in the number of deer carcass pickups, which seems to also reflect in the increasing number of collisions. So increasing collisions are occurring. Now, whether you think that's a problem or not, that's what we are seeing. I think the fact that those deer collisions are occurring, 144 in 2023, and the fact that it's probably underpopulated, we could be 150, could be 200 deer collisions. Now, one way of looking at that is looking at that from well, that's a risk to the occupant, and yes, there's 10 fatalities in Michigan every year, but none in Farmington Hills, thankfully. I actually look at it the other way around, and that's, if you think about it, that's 200 deer that are being killed. 200 deer that are being killed by impacts with cars. That's not a good way of keeping the population of deer down. These dangerous vehicle collisions, and one of the least favorite things I see is deer wandering through my yard with a broken leg or dragging a leg behind it because it's been injured in a vehicle accident. That's not a good way to keep deer numbers down. The second is the environmental impact and the ecology, and I agree with the speaker who said we need to help bring some balance to the situation. And I think the study by PlantWise LLC last year showed that there was significant impact of the intense browsing in our parks, Woodland Hills, Heritage Park, almost eliminating native tree saplings. And these changes will have longer-term effects on the plants, insects, birds, and it's not a small impact. Now, that may not be the only reason, but it is significant what we're seeing based on the feedback from this biological study. So then the question is what to do about it, right? So yes, we have some increased population. Yes, we see some problems. Do we need to do anything about it, or what do we need to do about it? So then there's the issues of non-lethal. What can we do in terms of non-lethal actions that we can take? Talk about Rochester Hills, for example, and providing information to deer-proof the garden, deer-resistant plants, more signs for deer crossings, ordinance against feeding the deer. These are all really good things to do, but they're all things that we have already done as a city. Now, do we need to do more of that? I think we do. I think we do need to do more of those things. I think we need to do more in terms of increasing communication about that, especially that feeding the deer is a civil infraction. We need to communicate that more. Sterilization, again, as we've said, is not really a practical option. So the recommendation is a cull. Is that the ideal? Is that preferred? Well, it's the recommendation, and from what I can see, one of the concerns about that would be safety. We had, as council, very similar concerns about if you're doing a cull in the city, you're going to have people wandering around our subdivisions. Is that? And of course not. That's not what we're doing, and it's not what's proposed. It's going to be with a technology that's been described in terms of being at night, being elevated, being shooting down with silencers. It's going to be something which is with I believe, zero risk to our residents. Again, you may have different opinions on the what, but in terms of is it safe, yes, I believe it's going to be safe. The use of hunting with bows and crossbows, again, I took additional time on that one. Is that necessary? Is that the way to do it? Based on what I've seen and the discussions I've had, I think it adds flexibility and potentially reduces costs in the long term. So I believe what's proposed will be safe. Will it be effective? Well, like every action we take, I believe this needs to be carefully monitored. We need to have regular annual reviews. We need to have feedback, and we need to keep a very close eye on what it's being done, how effective it is, so that we can decide how best to proceed in future. So I would also be supporting.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Bolower?
Yes. Make sure everyone can hear me. Over the past few months, I have received numerous emails. Each has their own perspective of this on the deer management program. I've read every one, and I have gone through and tried to validate the concerns on both sides of this issue. As a result, I have not just listened to the DNR and Brian Farmer, who's done, I think, a great job on this. I have gone to the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. I've gone to U of M. I have gone to University of Chicago, in addition to the DNR department. I've done as much research as I could in the amount of time that I began to research. It's a very difficult issue, and whatever decision we make is going to be just as many people disappointed in whatever decision it is. And
If you can't refrain from shouting out during presentations, please leave the room. I'm sorry, Councilman.
All right, let me, so either side, you know, there's going to be individuals who are disappointed in our decision. And I have made certain that whatever decision I make is not based on my own personal opinions, but it's on the research that I have gathered during my research phase. In order to keep this, you know, much shorter than I thought, because I think Councilman Knoll has really broken down a lot of the things that have been said in our session today. But during my research, I discovered that Michigan has 5 million deer. There's no state in the union that has, other than Wisconsin, that has more deer than we do. Many of the deer is located in the southern part of the state in southeast Michigan. There's an abundance of deer. I grew up and came from Highland Park. We never saw deer in Highland Park. Now, if you go to Highland Park, you will see deer in Highland Park. If you go to Detroit, you will also see deer in Detroit. Numerous sightings of deer there. 10 or 15 years ago, the sighting would not have occurred. There is an imbalance that we're experiencing right now. In 2012, I went to South Africa, and while there, I went on a safari for 3 days. And I noticed that in the wild, there is a natural rhythm and balance to wilderness. There's natural predators who make certain that the population is balanced. I've also noticed when there is a herd of animals, if one gets sick or is lame, can't travel, the herd will leave that animal behind to die on its own so that they could save the majority of the herd. And here, I think that's applicable to our situation because there's an abundance of deer in the city, not just the city, but the surrounding areas. So the point is, what do? Do we not do anything and sit back and at some point when the capacity is just overwhelmed for the area, then you're going to start to see diseased animals. And we're probably on the precipice of that right now because of the numbers. We've done a lot of research, both, if you notice earlier during the presentation from Brian Farmer and our DNR, they said, whichever way council decides is our decision. They weren't really positioning us to vote for one point of view or another. It's up to us. And I believe each of us have done our due diligence in trying to find the right fix and the right mix for this city. And what we've been given, or what I have found, is that, there are many, many points that people mention about non-lethal methods, and I think Ms. Knowles went through a lot of those. But that does not mean that we can continue doing certain things, that we can continue communicating, putting crossing signs on high traffic areas, planting vegetation that's supposedly deer resistant. But for me, in my home, I've been in Farmington Hills for 30 years. And when I moved here, deer sighting, maybe 1 or 2 every now and then. But within the last 5 years, it's become just overwhelming. And you can plant deer-resistant plants, but they still eat them. You know, in my yard, this is a personal observation, is that I have some deer-resistant shrubs. And last year was the first year since I've been living here that they ate them, because they're desperate. When someone is desperate, when an animal is desperate, they will eat whatever they think that can sustain their, desire for food. And when there's that many, the food source is not as abundant to feed the number of deer that we have in our city. And I know deer move, but mainly deer, they stay within a 1 square mile geographic area, and they don't really move, that much. So, in looking at it, I think for the health of the deer itself, if you love animals, if you're compassionate, I think you want to do something to prevent an unnecessary suffering of animals. Because what I'm hearing in this and through the comments is that everyone, they love animals. They love the wildlife. They like seeing it in their yards. It's very peaceful. It's a balance with nature. There's a balance between everyone on this earth. And when it's out of balance, it creates chaos and confusion. And we really don't want that. We need to bring our city back in balance. And if that means that we have to cull or kill some of the deer in order to make that happen, that's acceptable to me, because there still will be deer left in this city. We will not come to a point where you can't look out your backyard or your front porch and see deer in the area. There will always be deer here. There's no way that I think council or anyone else want to rid this city of all the deer. There's a lot of different wildlife that we like, and we hope to create this balance with nature. And that is one of the things that I struggle with, is to have that balance so that, the deer are safe, the other animals are safe, our plant ecological system is the way it should be, and that there is this harmony. And no one likes killing anyone. I know I don't. I don't want to kill. I don't like guns. I don't like bow and arrows. I don't like anything that could kill anyone. But if we're out of balance, with nature, there is an impact, or that impacts our life. And one more thing, because I'm just rambling on here, is that there was a discussion about deer crashes. I was in a deer crash on Middle Belt and 10 Mile, and I wasn't going fast. I probably wasn't going any faster than 25 miles an hour, but the deer are quick. They're fast. You don't even see them. I didn't realize that I was even hit until I noticed a breeze coming in my back window, and I thought, well, what's going on? So I stopped the car and got out and looked, and the whole side of my car is just demolished completely. And one of the things I found is that, State Farm, who's a, major insurance company, mentioned that 1 in 59 of us will have a deer crash, because that's how many deer that we have that's not sustainable in our neighborhood. So with that, I'm going to say I'm going to go on record as to support this proposal, but I do have some concerns regarding bow and arrow. I want professional people to do whether it's public safety officers or the Department of Agriculture. I do not want to see just avid hunters out there hunting the deer on these 2 or 4 days that we decide that's when it's appropriate to do. And also, I want whatever resolution that we vote on be very specific, name the number of days that we're going to do this and who, what professional individuals will be doing the call. So with that, I'm going to cede my time to the next person.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bridges.
Thank you, Mayor Rich, and I respect the comments made by my other council members, but I oppose the resolution for the
Please come to order.
I strongly oppose the resolution because I don't think the case has been made to have this type of lethal action against deer in Farmington Hills. I've been on council for 17 years, and I've always been a person that made decisions based on data, based on evidence, not based on information I think that's biased in regards to what was been, some of the information that's been heard tonight in regards to the deer issue regarding Farmington Hills. I'm looking at the number of complaints that's been filed with the city in the last 7 years. That's 84 months, 180 complaints, 2 complaints per month. To me, that does not sound we have a deer problem in Farmington Hills regarding the impact of the deer in Farmington Hills. Current thought process in regards to understanding a deer issue is based on the impact. And complaints are a vehicle that provides information regarding impact. 2 complaints per month for the past 7 years. In regards to deer vehicle accidents in Farmington Hills, we've had, over the last 5 years, they had like 621, something like that. And when you extrapolate that out over 5 years and you look at each year, it's about a 122 deer vehicle accidents in Farmington Hills per year. And when you extrapolate that out on the population of 82,000, the probability of a deer vehicle accident in Farmington Hills is 0.15. Okay, what's much lower than a car crash in Farmington Hills. We have areas of Farmington Hills that have been seen, that have been known to be dangerous intersections, 12 Mile and Orchard Lake, 14 Mile and Orchard Lake, other areas. But again, the probability of a deer vehicle accident in Farmington Hills is quite low, 0.15. In regards to enforcement, we've had a deer ordinance in Farmington Hills for the past 6, 7 years. Only 1 case regarding a formal complaint. No violations in Farmington Hills. So that tells me we need to do a better job in educating the public in regards to do not feed the deer in Farmington Hills. I don't think the city has done enough in order to regarding non-lethal strategies that will help manage this issue. I am very sensitive to the issue regarding deer eating plants or vegetation or flowers in Farmington Hills. However, there's a remedy for that. Purchasing deer resistance plants does work. All the data indicates that deer don't like certain plants. They don't eat them. They don't. Okay? So we need to do a better job in educating the public in regards to purchasing deer resistant plants. A number of nurseries around Farmington Hills sell those plants. Okay? In regards to the fact that the city did a survey sent out to residents of Farmington Hills between 2016 and 2022. And 60% of the residents of Farmington Hills oppose lethal action regarding the deer in Farmington Hills. 60%. And I've always made my decisions on Farmington Hills City Council based on what the residents want. Now, I know me as a leader in Farmington Hills, my job as a public servant to represent you. Okay? And one way of representing you is looking at what data comes to me in regards to your opinions regarding certain issues. When you look at 60% of the residents oppose bow hunting in Farmington Hills, I have to listen to that. And I don't think that has changed since the last survey. In regards to, so I'm not convinced that we have a deer problem in Farmington Hills. I don't see deer every day in Farmington Hills. Based on information presented to council, you would think you would see deer running around every day in Farmington Hills. I don't see that. But I don't. Now, you might have deer problem adjacent to Woodland Hills Park, properties there, which is deer's habitat, that park there, or Heritage Hills Park, okay, in proximity to those areas there. But I don't see that issue on a regular basis at all in Farmington Hills, okay? So again, my decisions will be based on facts, and the facts is right now I do not see the need for lethal action regarding deer management in Farmington Hills. I do see the need for stepped up, non-lethal strategies being communicated to Farmington Hills residents. Stepped up. We need to enforce the deer, do not feed the deer ordinance in Farmington Hills. No formal complaints, no violations in 10 years, 8 years, tells me people, there's not really a big problem about that. The lack of deer vehicle accidents compared to the population, 0.15, tell me that probability is quite low. The number of complaints in Farmington Hills is about 180 over 7 years, 2 complaints per month. So again, it tells me, again, the issue, we need to look at non-lethal strategies. We need to educate the public more regarding this issue. And we need to also hire a wildlife expert in Farmington Hills to help advise the city in regards to strategies that we can do to help manage this issue, if there is an issue. So, so I want to make one more comment regarding the DNR. The DNR did a survey looking at, they surveyed stakeholders in regards to deer management. The question was, please indicate which of the following sources you trust to provide accurate information about deer. They listed several sources here. One, podcasters, federal government agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, local government, nature centers, professional societies, et cetera, families and friends. And you know the least credible source of information regarding deer issues, regarding accuracy, was local government. And the reason they cited was the fact that they lack expertise and resources. So with that, I based my decision based on facts, objectivity, based on what the residents of Farmington Hills have stated in the past. 60% oppose lethal action. I oppose lethal action based on the data, and that's my position. I will oppose the resolution tonight. Thank you.
Dr. Bruce, did you want to say anything?
I'm good.
Okay, I had a couple things. First, everybody, thanks for coming out tonight and sticking out this late. Clearly, there's a lot of caring about this particular issue. Also, thank you to the hundreds of people who sent us emails on this topic. I read every single one of them, and I can attest that my colleagues have done the same. So thank you for that. I like to see the deer. They bring me joy. And I'm not a hunter. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of things that came up. Some people talked about bias, not having bias. I want to talk a little bit about that University of Michigan study that has been done. So our being selected by the University of Michigan Environment and Sustainability Department was pretty amazing. We actually participated in a Shark Tank type competition with other projects, and it was a cross-functional team of students that selected us. And so the students, each of the, I think it was 6 students, had a different lens that they would look through. One of them would look through social justice, one would look through others, but they each had their own disciplines within environment and sustainability. And they did not come in as hunters looking to push hunting. We've heard about other cities. We heard about Farmington doing a vote soon. We heard about Southfield having a vote coming. My understanding from conversations with Livonia is they're looking to do the same. When I ran for mayor, I said we needed to do something about the deer. I said we needed to do a regional solution, and that's the follow-up that we're doing. To the comment of we don't have hunger in Farmington Hills, my neighbors, let me tell you that's not true. About 26% of our kids in the schools are food insecure. I recently went to CARES, our food pantry, one of our food pantries, and learned that the need that they are seeing now is similar to the need that they are seeing in their heaviest months of the year, November, December timeframe. Now that providing food as a result of the call is not a reason to do the call. It's a byproduct. It's a byproduct that provides a benefit, but it's not a reason to do the call. That said, though, I am going to support the resolution in front of us with a little bit of modification, assuming my colleagues agree. And I would like to see what we can do to mitigate this over time. Mr. Shah, yes, I spent an hour with the folks at Jane Temple on Easter and heard from your leadership team the concerns, and also shared the concerns I have about safety. And so while I understand wanting to mitigate this over time, I do believe there are some things we can put in place to help make that happen. I'm still going to support going forward. Now, what are some of the things that we can do to mitigate? One thing that we heard about is what options are available to us as a city. And largely it's do something, which would be a call. That's the something we are allowed to do, or do nothing. And I just cannot get my arms around a do nothing approach. So what can we do? Well, we can talk to our legislators and have conversation about what else might be available. Can they revisit the contraception alternatives? Maybe there's something new in the science. Maybe there's something new with AI. I don't know, not a scientist, lawyer, not a scientist. But I think that we should still challenge our legislators for what we are able to do in this state that has, did you say the highest population of deer, Councilmember
Yes,
Holloway?
the second highest.
The second highest population of deer in the country. So I would like to challenge our legislators. The other thing is I'd like to challenge our community. I heard some folks say, I'd like to help, I'd like to do something. Great. We have 2 commissions in this city where we actually still have a couple openings on each. One is on beautification. The other is a brand new one that we're just starting out on environment and innovation and sustainability. And we're looking for people to apply to this. To do so, you can do that at the city website. Click on boards and commissions. It's typically for residents. And so we are looking for assistance and would love to hear points of view. So all of this in view, I support this, except I would propose that in the resolution under item 2B, where we talk about individuals who have been formally selected and approved for participation in bow hunting beginning in 27. And I'd like us to continue to talk about that whole bow hunting thing anyway. But in 27, I would like to see that limited to public safety personnel. That would give me a higher level of comfort in terms of the ability to do the job with the least amount of damage. But with that, otherwise, I would support this going forward. Okay. So
Mayor?
with that, is there a motion?
No, I gotta find it. Oh, yeah. I don't have it here.
And council, would basically, if a council member were to make a motion based on page 84 of the packet under recommendation, is that significant, or do they need to read the whole resolution?
Well, there,
find it.
if I'm on, there is not a need to read the entire resolution. That's not typical practice of city council to read the full resolution. However, if there are any changes to be made to the resolution, that should be included as part of the motion. So if you're going to proceed with a motion to adopt the resolution, yes, you would refer to adoption of the, there's a recommended motion in your packet on the city manager report.
On page 84 of our packet.
Yes. And that identifies by title the resolution you're talking about. Again, if there are changes within it, then by reference to the paragraph number and subsections, that's how that should be made part of the motion as well.
And if anybody who's making a motion would be interested in adding the item 2B, as well as in item 3, second bullet, that the hunts are performed through public safety, I would be happy to provide the language.
Mayor, can you repeat the language?
Yep. May I
That
sit
you,
down?
no, just that what you want added. Oh, you have it here.
It's in yellow.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, we'll read it out loud. Oh,
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
So I move to adopt the resolution of the City of Farmington Hills City Council for deer management within the City of Farmington Hills, and authorize the city manager to sign the written agreement subject to the city attorney's final review of agreements as it relates to deer management, with one amendment, which is to Section 2, Part B, should be scratched and replaced in completeness with teams of public safety personnel that will oversee and participate in the highly regulated deer hunting program. Paragraph 3 would be changed to say, hunts performed through public safety. Let me read that whole sentence. It says, the use of other firearms will be strictly prohibited during the highly regulated hunts performed through public safety.
Excuse me. This is council's time. And then on item 3, second bullet.
Second bullet, I just read that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I think we have that down here, and it would be reflected in the minutes as adopting the resolution with those two changes that were described.
And for members of the public, this is available in the packet on the city website. Okay, so there is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and support. Any last discussion by council? Okay, this is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Aye, opposed.
Thank you. The motion passes 6-1. That then leads us to public comments. I don't know that we've had anyone request public comment on anything other than the deer matter. And so that being the case, we have no further business to bring before this council. We stand adjourned. We will see you on May 12th at 7:30. Good night, Farmington Hills.
Are we doing teams?
Hi.